Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start in a few minutes. Thank you. Distinguished Excellencies, distinguished ministers, respected diplomats and experts, dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to wish you all a very warm welcome to this year's Dubrovnik Forum. It is the 15th time this city, the cradle of Croatian diplomacy, hosts these open, frank, and highly relevant exchanges of views between many international participants and relevant experts. Last year, the forum focused on the challenges brought about by the global pandemic of COVID-19. We were able to witness exceptional discussions from exceptional participants, and we accept no less today. Ladies and gentlemen, the war in Ukraine has dealt a critical blow to the international rules-based order, and this crisis will have far-reaching consequences for years to come. It is in this context that this year's forum will attempt to facilitate a discussion on the possible responses to the current regional and global challenges, including a look at their possible consequences for the Western Balkans. As we jointly attempt to embark on a quest for balance in a world disrupted, allow me to, without further ado, give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković. Please, a round of applause.
Dobro jutro svima i prije svega zahvala ministru Grliću Radmanu i njegovim suradnicima na organizaciji još jednog Dubrovnik Foruma. Pozdravljam predsjednika Hrvatskoga sabora Gordana Jandrokovića, potpredsjednika Vlade Davora Božinovića i ministra unutarnjih poslova, ministricu kulture Ninu Obuljen, potpredsjednicu Europske komisije Dubravku Šuicu, guvernera Hrvatske narodne banke gospodina Borisa Vujčića, sve vas uvažene goste, ministre vanjskih poslova, čelnike međunarodnih organizacija, diplomate akreditirane u Republici Hrvatskoj i zadovoljstvo mi je da zaista u ovim bitno izmijenjenim globalnim okolnostima imamo prigodu u Dubrovniku raspraviti stanje i međunarodnih odnosa i one teme koje su posebno važne za naš dio svijeta i za naš dio Europe. Compared to the last year's Dubrovnik Forum, I think we have all arrived here with the very tough impressions that Russia's aggression against Ukraine that has started on the 24th of February left not only for the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian state, but also it had dire consequences for all of us in Europe in terms of grave consequences that are impacting daily lives of our citizens already for several months. Croatia knows how it is to be a victim of aggression, and that's why from the first moment, from early in the morning of the 24th of February, we have acted in full solidarity and support to the Ukrainian people, convinced that we quickly understood what were the two main axes of this attack. First one was the negation of Ukrainian identity, and this is clearly visible from the many messages which basically speak about Ukrainians as small Russians. The second one is the so-called etiquette of denazification. All of this was immediately recognizable in our public, in our analysis, and it looked more than familiar as the rhetorics that we were witnessing 30 years ago. Therefore, we supported Ukraine politically, diplomatically, economically, financially, military-wise, and we will continue to do so with the rest of our partners and allies in the West. We have also provided shelter for over 20,000 Ukrainian refugees who have arrived to Croatia, and our political support, which was demonstrated in a clear commitment by giving and granting a candidate status to Ukraine at the European Council 2 weeks ago, was, I would say, the crown of our efforts together with our friends vis-à-vis Ukraine. The context where we find ourselves today can be seen from a series of points of view, but I will focus on the one that deals with the topics of our debate in the panels that will ensue. The first one is the international law. I'm sure that many of us, not only of us who are lawyers, really ask themselves what is the worth of international law when we can see an attack on a sovereign state like this without possibility to prevent it. And here I think that the entire international system, all the multilateral organizations, have managed to reach a consensus of a series of measures which were fast, strong, and rigorous. And this is a positive thing, whether it is the packages of sanctions, which were either unilateral or multilateral or European-wise, whether it were the strongest terms international documents which defined what was going on. In that respect, I think we should be even more aware how important the rules-based international order is and how much we should stand by what we have tried to do over the past 20 years, forging and strengthening multilateralism and ensuring that the cooperative and not conflictual way of international relation prevails. Because we are in the age where the conflict is so visible and so palpable. It is basically the conflict between democracies and authoritarian regimes. And we should always remember that this is the essence of what we are witnessing today. The other point is to ask ourselves, why did it happen exactly at that moment? I think there are several factors which we should remember. One, be frank and say that the withdrawal of the West from Afghanistan was not the most dignified. In the eyes of those who look at the power play at the international level, it was a signal of weakness, without any doubt. Second, the political turbulences or priorities among the big powers were focused on other issues. United States is more focused on its relationship with China. That is without any doubt something that was visible to anyone who was observing the policy priorities in the last year and a half. In Germany, we saw the end of an era of Chancellor Merkel and the transition to the new coalition government led by Chancellor Scholz. France was just entering into the most intense part of the pre-electoral period for presidential and parliamentary elections, and on top of it, tasked with presiding over the Council of the European Union. United Kingdom, as we see it also recently, was also impacted by the fact that it has left the European Union, it has altered its international position, and the things happen again as they did in Georgia in 2008, just around the Olympic Games, who by chance at the time it was the Summer Olympics 2008, Beijing, and we had invasion of Georgia. This time it was 2022. It was Winter Olympic Games in Beijing, and it was invasion of Ukraine. This was very unfortunate for the economic, energy, and food crisis which is ensuing. The spike of the energy prices has put all of us as governments into a situation where we need to act jointly and intervene nationally in order to ensure that our businesses function, that our industry have enough energy sources to produce and work, and that our households can manage to make their ends meet. And this is a key task, which is going to be the one that we will have to endure. The prices of certain fossil fuels have gone up to the percentages that were unprecedented, that nobody could witness. And that's why the Croatian government as well has had to pass a package worth of 5 billion kunas in order to help our households, our micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. We have lowered the taxes. We have supported our farmers, our fishermen. We have supported our elderly with a one-off payments to them in order to alleviate the pressure of the costs of the charges that they were faced with. And we shall continue to do so. We have even intervened and administratively limited the prices of petrol in order to support the budgets of our citizens. I think that the only real answer is if we do things jointly at the European level. We are facing a food crisis, not that much in terms of shortage in Europe yet, but we see a shortage of food in Africa. If that happens, we know from the experience that this will lead to further destabilization, to further fragilization of the weak states, weak institutions. It will lead to poverty, to hunger. This will in turn lead to new migratory waves, and many of them will end up going towards the European Union. All of these are challenges that we will have to tackle jointly. And I think drawing on the experience of how we handled the COVID crisis, and bear in mind it started just at the beginning of the Croatian presidency of the Council 2.5 years ago, I think that the quick joint effort, solidarity, and the will to procure and provide for all of us in a similar manner provided us with an answer that we could bridge this crisis, and especially with an instrument of EU Next Generation, fill the void that otherwise would have been very difficult to fill by national means. And in this respect, I mean that the debates that we have at the levels of the various configurations of the Council, but also at the European Council, go in the useful direction of trying to maximize the possibilities that we have been provided by the Commission's Repower EU initiative that can, first of all, ensure enough energy supply, that is to say the energy security, especially with the strategic decision to gradually abandon the fossil fuels coming from Russia. Second is to go for options of joint procurement in terms of global supply of energy, thus having more leverage in order to put the prices down rather than up. And the third one is to invest in the energy infrastructure with functioning interconnections that can quickly replace the current way that the fossil fuels were arriving to European states. And here the positions of member states differ very much. Some are fully dependent on fossil fuels coming from Russia, especially gas. Some have a diversified supply. Some need to be better connected with each other. For our country, I have to admit here that we had a very important strategic decision after 40 years of debate in our energy sector and energy experts to finally invest into the liquefied natural gas terminal, which we have built and opened last year in January at the island of Krk. And thus Krk, which is the Rijeka region in the North Adriatic, is becoming an energy hub for Croatia, for receiving oil, for receiving gas. And our ambition is to amplify the current capacity of the LNG from 2.9 billion cubic meters to 6.1 billion cubic meters. For your information, the overall needs of Croatia's industry and households is 2.8. So with this capacity, we could provide a new sense of security, of energy security to our neighbors, to Slovenia, to Bosnia and Herzegovina, if we build a southern interconnection towards Herzegovina, to Hungary, to Austria, or others who might want to use this LNG terminal in the North Adriatic that we have. Croatian Adriatic pipeline is more than sufficient to provide already today enough oil for the refineries in Hungary, in Sassalambata, and in Bratislava, in Slovnaft, without any difficulties and with just minor investments and modifications. What we will have to invest is the gas pipelines, because the current capacity would not suffice the needs of a regional hub that will be provided by the increased capacity of the LNG. All of this is happening also in a very important period for my country. And as a Prime Minister, actually, Madame Červinska, the Vice President of the EIB, reminded me of our discussions of 8 months ago, and she said that I said at the time that our priorities were the Eurozone, the Schengen, the Pelješac Bridge, and the future membership in the OECD. And that brings me to a very quick resume in literally last couple of days and forthcoming 2 weeks. One, the European Council endorsed our membership in Eurozone, and the ECOFIN Council will formally approve it on Tuesday. So one big deeper integration is done, and in the context of COVID, which wasn't easy, meaning that we fulfilled in 2 years all the criteria within the exchange rate mechanism 2 and the banking union. And I think this was a well managed and well led process, a joint effort that we started in 2018 as a government, together with the Croatian National Bank, and I think all the experts and everybody who has participated merits a big thank you what we have done so far. And here I see former Vice Prime Minister Martina Dalic, who was there when we started. Boris and I are still here. And also Zdravko Maric, the Finance Minister, who is here until the end of the next week, but all the other colleagues who worked hard. Then again, very last COREPER of the French presidency provided us with a draft council decision that Croatia fulfills all the Schengen criteria. And this decision has been forwarded to the European Parliament, which will indeed prepare, as they did for the Eurozone, an opinion which I'm sure will be favorable at the beginning of the autumn. And then the Council will decide on our membership of Schengen at late autumn, making sure that we enter at the same day, that is the 1st of January, both deeper integrations. And here I want to thank Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, Davor Božinović, our Minister of Justice, Minister Malenica, and all the others who worked hard that we ensure that these 2 deeper integrations come in the midst of our second mandate as a government. This will, of course, facilitate arrival to Croatia for many tourists, it will facilitate businesses, it will facilitate transport, it will facilitate the free movement, and it is another, I would say, okay sign of our international credibility. The third element is Pelješac Bridge. Just here you can see how beautiful it is. It is the biggest infrastructure project that we have in Croatia. 525 million euros, out of which 357 million co-financed by the European Union budget, linking Croatia physically, this most southern part of Croatia, and here starting from Dubravka, or our prefect, Mr. Dobroslavic, or Mayor Frankovic, or everybody of you, or Minister of Culture, Nina, who is also from Dubrovnik. They know best what it means for this part of Croatia. This is the most sovereign act that we could have done as a government, physically linking Croatia's territory. So the third one fulfilled. And of course, the fourth one is the fact that we have here with us Deputy Secretary of the OECD, and my foreign minister, who is the chief negotiator for our accession to the OECD, and we have launched yesterday in Zagreb formally the accession negotiations of Croatia to the OECD, the last organization which is globally, of course, very prestigious and relevant, that we are yet to join. That means that we are very systematically fulfilling all of our objectives, maintaining our international reputation and credibility, which in turn will make Croatia more attractive for foreign investors, make us more credible at the international financial markets, have benefits for the state, for the businesses, for the banks, for enterprises, and finally, which is most important of all, for our citizens. This is where we find ourselves today, fully engaged in supporting our neighbors in their European perspective, all of them in Southeast Europe, just as we supported Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. We are supporting the European ambitions of all of our neighboring countries, especially Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially committed to the equality of the three constituent peoples and others, especially keen to ensure that the Croats, as the least numerous constituent people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, do not be again a victim of the electoral engineering due to the voids that exist in the electoral legislation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this we as a government, as a diplomacy, also do in a cooperative manner, not a conflictual manner, because it is only the cooperative manner that will bring fruit to solve this problem. And it's very important in international relations to make friends, create allies, and finally attain your goals in a way that you can talk to everyone and that those who need to help you have a good reason and argumentation to help you. This is our way. We shall continue doing it because, as I have just enumerated, it brings positive results. Thank you, Gordon, for inviting me, and I wish everybody very good debate in the ensuing panels in the course of the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I would now like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Gordan Jandrokovic. A round of applause, please.
Poštovani predsjedniče Vlade Republike Hrvatske, poštovani potpredsjedniče Vlade Republike Hrvatske, poštovana potpredsjednice Europske komisije, poštovani ministri i ministri vanjskih poslova iz drugih zemalja, visoki dužnosnici, dame i gospodo. Iznimno mi je zadovoljstvo sudjelovati na 15. Dubrovnik Forumu u godini kada obilježavamo 9. godišnjicu našeg članstva u Europskoj uniji i 30. obljetnicu međunarodnog priznanja Hrvatske. Sve vas srdačno pozdravljam u ime Hrvatskog sabora i u svoje osobno i čestitam Ministarstvu vanjskih i europskih poslova i ministru Gordanu Grliću Radmanu na organizaciji ovogodišnjeg foruma. A ovogodišnji forum održava se zasigurno u najizazovnijem vremenu za Europu i svijet od Drugog svjetskog rata. Prošle godine, raspravljajući na istom ovom mjestu, zaključili smo kako je pandemija COVID-19 izmijenila svijet kakav poznajemo. Rasprave o zdravstvenim izazovima dominirale su kako na ovom forumu, tako i na svim sličnim događajima u cijelome svijetu. Budućnost nam se kroz pandemijsku optiku činila neizvjesnom i bili smo u pravu. Međutim, nitko od nas tada nije mogao predvidjeti novu krizu. A rat u Ukrajini je upravo ta nova kriza koja iznova mijenja već izmijenjeni svijet. Veliki hrvatski pjesnik Petar Preradović napisao je u jednoj pjesmi: stalna na tom svijetu samo mijena jest. I zaista, što vrijeme više prolazi, bez obzira na to što uporno težimo ravnoteži i stabilnosti, postajemo svjesni kako je promjena jedina konstanta. I sam naziv ovogodišnjeg foruma nije slučajno odabran. Odnosno, potraga ili traganje za ravnotežom potvrđuje čemu stremimo. Živjeli smo u uvjerenju kako je Europa najljepše i najsigurnije mjesto, a naš način života i naše vrijednosti uzor ostatku svijeta. Nismo mogli ni zamisliti da bi se rat ovakvih razmjera mogao dogoditi na europskom tlu u 21. stoljeću. Ipak, rat traje već nekoliko mjeseci s posljedicama koje ne možemo sagledati. Ruska agresija na Ukrajinu prouzročila je veliku tragediju za Ukrajinu i ukrajinski narod. Rat iz dana u dan ostavlja iza sebe sve veći broj ljudskih žrtava i materijalnih gubitaka. Milijuni ljudi već su morali napustiti svoje domove, a izbjeglice koje su preplavile brojne europske zemlje izazvale su humanitarnu krizu. Slike užasa kojima svakodnevno svjedočimo kod nas u Hrvatskoj probudila su bolna sjećanja na razoreni Vukovar i druge gradove tijekom Domovinskog rata. Zbog toga hrvatski narod posebno duboko suosjeća i solidarizira se s patnjama ukrajinskog naroda. Hrvatski sabor u prvim je danima agresije donio deklaraciju o Ukrajini. Uz najoštriju osudu ruske agresije iskazana je puna potpora teritorijalnoj cjelovitosti, suverenitetu i neovisnosti Ukrajine, kao i njezinoj europskoj perspektivi. Ujedno, podržali smo hrvatsku vladu u odluci da pruži svu moguću humanitarnu i tehničku pomoć, posebno u prihvatu izbjeglica. Na temelju vlastitog iskustva iz 90. godina u stvaranju i obrani države iskazali smo visoku razinu razumijevanja i solidarnosti s Ukrajinom. No nije samo Hrvatska promptno reagirala i stala na stranu Ukrajine. Napadom na Ukrajinu Rusija je napala europske vrijednosti i ugrozila svjetski mir. Većina europskih zemalja prepoznala je žrtvu Ukrajinaca i na različite načine im pomaže. Naša glavna prednost nad Rusijom jest jedinstvo i solidarnost koje treba očuvati i osnažiti. Usprkos tome, sa strepnjom pratimo razvoj situacije i mogućnost prelijevanja rata izvan granica Ukrajine. Promjena koja je pokrenuta nepovratno je izmijenila međunarodne sigurnosne, političke i ekonomske odnose i institucije kakve poznajemo. Što će se događati u budućnosti, nitko ne može sa sigurnošću predvidjeti. Europska unija reagirala je iznenađujuće brzo, a posebno izdvajam odluku o dodjeli kandidacijskog statusa Ukrajini i Moldovi te otvaranje europske perspektive Gruziji. Dodatno je osvještena i potreba jačanja obrambenih sposobnosti Europske unije temeljenih na zajedničkom razumijevanju izazova s kojima se države članice suočavaju. I glavni tajnik NATO-a Jens Stoltenberg nedavni samit u Madridu opisao je transformativni. Povijesni poziv Finskoj i Švedskoj za priključenjem NATO-u doveo je do strukturnih promjena u politici odvraćanja i obrane u Europi. Sve to dovodi do promjene geopolitičke mape svijeta kakvog smo poznavali. Potvrđivanje protokola o proširenju NATO saveza na Finsku i Švedsku raspravit će se i izglasati velikom većinom, siguran sam, idućeg tjedna i u Hrvatskom saboru. Dame i gospodo, rat u Ukrajini izazvao je tektonske promjene i u globalnoj ekonomiji i masivni negativni učinak na svjetsko gospodarstvo. Dodatan pritisak na europsko gospodarstvo i uvođenje sankcija Rusiji, koja je među najvećim svjetskim izvoznicima prirodnog plina, nafte i ugljena. Poznato je da značajan dio europskih zemalja ima visok stupanj ovisnosti o ruskim energentima, što je dovelo do nestašice i rasta cijena plina, naftnih derivata i električne energije. Vojna agresija Rusije na Ukrajinu izravno utječe i na opskrbu hranom. Cijene prehrambenih proizvoda sve više rastu, a stopa inflacije doseže rekordne brojke. Milijuni tona žitarica ostali su blokirani u crnomorskim lukama. Ukrajina, poznata kao žitnica Europe, tu ulogu trenutno ne može ispuniti. Godine napretka, razvoja i blagostanja, ali i posljedice površnosti, konzumerizma pa i dekadencije oslabile su našu otpornost i mogućnost odgovora na ovakvu vrstu krize. Ograničena dostupnost energenata, ovisnost o uvozu i bojazan od moguće nestašice hrane dovele su do toga da se države okreću intervencionizmu i stvaraju novu paradigmu gospodarskog djelovanja. Isto tako, Europska unija užurbano radi na jačanju alternativnih izvora opskrbe energenata i hrane. U izjavi iz Versaja čelnici država članica Europske unije složili su se da će postupno i čim prije dokinuti ovisnost o ruskim fosilnim gorivima. Pozvali su na daljnju diversifikaciju izvora i pravaca opskrbe energijom, ubrzavanje uvođenja obnovljivih izvora energije i poboljšanje energetske učinkovitosti. Prilika je to da se zemlje članice Europske unije oslobode ovisnosti o ruskim energentima, ali i ostvare zacrtane klimatske ciljeve. U zelenu i digitalnu tranziciju prijeko je potrebno nastaviti poticati proizvodnju hrane s ciljem postizanja samodostatnosti i samoodrživosti. Moramo osnažiti našu otpornost, razviti energetsku neovisnost i okrenuti se novim izvorima opskrbe. Važnost vlastitih resursa osjećamo i mi u Hrvatskoj. Zahvaljujući LNG terminalu na Krku osigurali smo opskrbu plinom, a naftovodu JANAF opskrbu naftom. Pozdravljam stoga najave predsjednika Vlade o daljnjem širenju kapaciteta LNG terminala i prilagodbi JANAF-ovog naftovoda, čime će Hrvatska postati regionalno energetsko čvorište, a od čega će koristi imati i naše susjedne zemlje. Poštovani sudionici foruma, posljedice rata u konačnici najviše će osjetiti naši građani. U ovome trenutku zadaća svih nas koji obnašamo najodgovornije dužnosti u svojim zemljama jest da objektivno i iskreno građane upozorimo na moguće posljedice i pripremimo ih na teško razdoblje koje je pred nama. U kriznim trenucima država mora biti snažna i intervenirati i zaštititi građane. Zbog toga je i hrvatska Vlada donijela brojne odluke kako bi olakšala situaciju građanima i gospodarstvu. Na tome čestitam predsjedniku i ministrima u Vladi Republike Hrvatske. Dame i gospodo, ukrajinska kriza može se proširiti i na druge dijelove Europe, a posebno je osjetljiv jugoistok Europe. Ključni izazovi za stabilnost tog područja su neriješena pitanja koja proizlaze iz sukoba tijekom 90. godina. Rusija koristi tu ranjivost kako bi proširila svoj već značajni utjecaj u regiji, posebno u Srbiji i u Bosni i Hercegovini. Hrvatska podržava proširenje Europske unije na zemlje jugoistočne Europe i smatra to ulaganjem u sigurnost, mir i stabilnost susjedstva. Jer europeizacija tog područja jest jamstvo stabilnosti, sigurnosti i prosperiteta. Kako bismo održali stabilnost u jugoistočnoj Europi, nužno je podržati i europsku perspektivu Bosne i Hercegovine. Njen suverenitet i teritorijalni integritet zasnovan na principima nediskriminacije i ravnopravnosti tri konstitutivna naroda, Bošnjaka, Srba i Hrvata. To je moguće postići samo izbornom reformom kojom bi se uvažile odluke Ustavnog suda Bosne i Hercegovine i Europskog suda za ljudska prava za otklanjanje već utvrđene diskriminacije i nejednakosti u izbornom sustavu Bosne i Hercegovine. Hrvatska se godinama zalaže za europski put Bosne i Hercegovine, dijelimo 1000 km zajedničke granice i brojne povijesne, gospodarske i kulturne veze. Bosna i Hercegovina je naša prijateljska i susjedna država u kojoj živi oko 500 000 Hrvata koji su građani Europske unije. Osim toga, uz Kosovo je jedina od zemalja jugoistočne Europe koja nema status kandidata. Upravo na inicijativu predsjednika Vlade Republike Hrvatske pitanje Hrvata u Bosni i Hercegovini je prepoznato i na europskoj razini. Zbog toga je Europsko vijeće prvi puta jasno izrazilo spremnost da Bosni i Hercegovini dodijeli status kandidata uz poruku da hitno pristupi reformi izbornog zakona. Ta reforma bi omogućila da konstitutivni narodi biraju svoje legitimne predstavnike u tijelima Bosne i Hercegovine, što je zajamčeno i Dejtonsko-Pariškim sporazumom. Pitanje Hrvata u Bosni i Hercegovini može se riješiti samo dogovorom. Stoga pozdravljamo svaki angažman naših saveznika u Europskoj uniji i NATO-u koji je usmjeren na stabilnost i funkcionalnost Bosne i Hercegovine i njezin jasan put prema Europskoj uniji. Uz to Hrvatska podržava europsku perspektivu svih država jugoistočne Europe na temelju kriterija i nužnih uvjeta za članstvo. Sa Srbijom i Crnom Gorom su pregovori već započeti, a pružamo i snažnu potporu otvaranju pregovora s Albanijom i Sjevernom Makedonijom. Poštovani sudionici, živimo u doba 4. industrijske revolucije. Tehnološki napredak mijenja uvriježene poslovne procese i svaki aspekt našeg života. Ovo je doba takozvanih disruptivnih poslovnih modela, digitalizacije, novih tehnologija, robotike, umjetne inteligencije. U isto vrijeme moramo balansirati etičke implikacije novih tehnologija. To su izazovi poput kibernetičkih napada, lažnih vijesti, dezinformacija koje snažno utječu na naše društvo. Populizam i demagogija osvajaju javni prostor. Istovremeno, lažne vijesti imaju veći utjecaj nego ikada prije. Zahvaljujući digitalizaciji postalo je jednostavnije objavljivati i dijeliti sve vijesti i informacije, pa tako i dezinformacije. Društveni mediji i online platforme igraju važnu ulogu u ubrzavanju širenja lažnih vijesti i omogućuju im globalni doseg. Tome su posebno podložni naši mladi koji većinu informacija i crpe s društvenih mreža. Širenju lažnih vijesti i alternativnih činjenica nije pošteđena ni politika, baš naprotiv. Nemali broj političara za ozbiljne ugroze nude lažna rješenja koje nemaju dodira s realnošću. Istovremeno, ruska propaganda i sajber napadi sastavni su dio rata u Ukrajini. Stoga je nužno jačati otpornost društva na dezinformacije u javnom prostoru te jačati medijsku pismenost. Poštovani, zaključno, u 30 godina od međunarodnog priznanja Hrvatska je realizirala svoje glavne strateške ciljeve. Postali smo članica Europske unije i NATO-a. Sada nam preostaje članstvo u eurozoni koje će se realizirati 1. siječnja 2023. godine te članstvo u Schengenu za koje nam je cilj isti datum. Kroz članstvo u Schengenu ojačat ćemo našu sigurnost, a ulaskom u eurozonu ekonomsku i financijsku poziciju te dodatno ojačati međunarodni položaj Hrvatske. Sve to u godini kada obilježavamo 10. godišnjicu našeg članstva u Europskoj uniji. I na kraju nam još ostaje članstvo u Oecd-u, a jučer su upravo započeli pregovori za članstvo i u toj organizaciji. Takva postignuća čine nas spremnima da se uspješno nosimo i s najtežim izazovima. Pritom smo svjesni da je uz jačanje vojnih i sigurnosnih kapaciteta nužno očuvati vrijednosti na kojima počiva naše društvo. Moramo osvijestiti nove naraštaje da se za očuvanje mira, slobode, demokracije i ljudskih prava treba boriti. I u toj borbi moramo biti strastveni, čak i strastveniji od onih koji te stečevine žele ugroziti. Kao predsjednik Hrvatskog sabora želim naglasiti važnost i ulogu parlamenta. Parlament je predstavničko i zakonodavno tijelo koje i u ovim novim okolnostima mora biti jamac zaštite slobode, pluralizma, vladavine prava i svih ostalih temeljnih demokratskih vrijednosti, kako u Hrvatskoj, tako i u cijeloj Europi. S tim mislima želim vam svako dobro, želim vam ugodan boravak u Hrvatskoj i Dubrovniku i nadam se da će i ovaj događaj potaknuti sve nas da ostavimo iza sebe svijet koji će našim mladima biti bolje i ljepše mjesto nego što je to danas. Hvala vam lijepo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we conclude the keynote speeches which set the scene for this year's forum. Before we begin our panel discussions, we would like to present a short video message from our guest who was unfortunately not able to join us today. He is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Dmytro Kuleba.
Address you today. Dubrovnik Forum has been and remains an important platform that brings together diplomats, politicians, and experts in search of answers to the most urgent challenges to European security. To be honest, at this forum I feel we are on the same wave, part of one family, because many challenges that Ukraine faces today should be quite familiar to countries of both Central and Southern Europe, and to our Balkan friends too. You are all well aware of the brutal Russian aggression against Ukraine and all the suffering and destruction it inflicted upon us. Today I want to focus on two things: the regional implications of Russian aggression and steps that need to be taken to mitigate them. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has dragged the entire Europe into the worst security crisis in decades. And this is exactly what Putin wanted and remains committed to achieving. Ukraine is under a direct military attack, while the rest of Europe is under indirect pressure by Russia. In fact, Russia's attempts to destabilize entire regions of Europe had started well before 24th of February. Russia has used and continues to use a number of tools: energy blackmail, meddling in domestic affairs and elections, propaganda and destabilization, corruption, cyber attacks, and even attempts to overthrow democratically elected governments. Together with the armed aggression against my country, these are elements of the same pattern and policy. Russia pursues the goal to sow as much chaos in Europe as possible for a simple reason. Putin wants to harm the well-being and stability of every European family. This will allow him to make life in Russia seem equal to life in Europe. In other words, instead of trying to make Russians live as well as Europeans do, he wants Europeans to live as badly as Russians do. Trust me, this is not an exaggeration. We in Ukraine have, unfortunately, spent hundreds of years living next to Russia, and we know their mentality too well. As long as Putin is in power and Russia is an aggressive, imperialist force that tries to take revenge for the collapse of the Soviet Union, these goals will not change. What we can do, though, is to reduce the variability of Russia to export destruction, destabilization, and suffering beyond its borders. I think this should be of utmost importance for our partners in Central Europe and Western Balkans. Russia has long been focused on destabilizing these regions, and not without certain successes. But I am confident that the Kremlin is now prepared to double down on its efforts. We are in the same boat, and it is truly vital to ensure Russia's defeat in Ukraine to prevent them from realizing their malicious plans. The most natural way to contain the aggressive Russia is to sustain and increase support for Ukraine. We are willing and able to prevail in this war with an appropriate amount of timely assistance. We are deeply grateful to every nation which provided us with vital support in the darkest hour. This includes welcoming Ukrainians who fled the war, providing humanitarian and financial assistance, but most importantly, military aid. All other types of support are only relevant if we succeed in defending our state and defeating the enemy. Support for Ukraine is not just a favor to Ukrainians. It is the most effective investment in the national security of our partners and the well-being of their citizens, as well as regional and global stability. Because if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, which I hope he won't, he will certainly go further. And not only him, but all other malicious forces in the world which think that changing rules and borders by force is acceptable, or at least one can get away with it. Today, Ukrainians are fighting, risking and giving their lives to remain an independent country based on European values: democracy, freedom, respect for human rights, equality and the rule of law. But we fight not only for the free, peaceful and democratic future of Ukraine. We fight also for Europe as a whole. We are deeply grateful to Croatia and other EU members for supporting Ukraine's EU candidacy bid. This historic decision has certainly steered the course of events in Europe's favor. The Ukrainian people have demonstrated strong cohesion for the sake of their European future, and we will do our best for Ukraine's path to full EU membership to be as speedy as possible. It is already clear that Russian aggression and Ukraine's brave fight against it have caused a great shift in the world. The EU is more united, NATO is more united, the US and European partners are united and strong as never before. We need to maintain this unity and resolve in the face of all future challenges. In order to accelerate Ukraine's victory, we need to increase and speed up the supplies of modern high-precision heavy weapons and ammunition. First and foremost, multiple launch rocket systems, 155mm howitzers, tanks, armored personnel and infantry carriers. I urge all partners to act and deliver this vital assistance as soon as possible. I appreciate the coordinated efforts of our partners to sanction Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. Despite what Russians try to argue, sanctions do work and effectively deplete Russia's ability to carry on with its barbaric aggression. Russians desperately try to lift those sanctions, which proves that they do hurt them. Therefore, sanctions must be stepped up until Putin drops his aggressive plans or simply loses resources to further execute them. Each sanction helps starve Putin's war machine of funding and save more innocent civilians from Russian atrocities. Therefore, we call on all partners to increase the pressure and close all loopholes for Russians to evade restrictions. We need to stay consolidated and uncompromised. I am convinced that by working together, we can and will prevail. This will be a shared victory because it will guarantee stability and development for every family in Europe. I thank you.
We would, of course, like to thank Mr. Kuleba for this message. The whole world is with Ukraine in these very difficult times. We will now here turn to the working part of this conference, where 4 different panels will tackle different issues. The first panel will focus on the impact of the aggression on the international rules-based order and international law. We will then hold 2 parallel panels, followed by a final panel in this plenary hall. The first panel, titled Predictability, High in Demand, Low in Supply, will begin in 5 minutes. I kindly invite the moderator, Mr. Vladimir Drobnjak, advisor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia for Foreign Policy, and the esteemed panelists of the first panel to join us on the stage. So I repeat, we start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're about to start. And we also called the final panelist. He's here. We'll start in just a few seconds, actually. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to moderate first panel of this year's Dubrovnik Forum conference. And after such rich and important opening remarks, the title of the first panel comes as a perfect fit: predictability, high in demand, low in supply. We have roughly an hour and 15 minutes. We have 5 excellent panelists. I will go with 2 rounds of questions, and I appeal to the panelists to mind the time, to be mindful of the time restraint, so we can end in allocated time slot. We shall just a few opening remarks. We shall try to focus on the impact of the global security crisis on the international rule-based order and international law. How effective are our reactions to the crisis so far? How the existing partnership can be strengthened and new ones explored in order to bring about more stability and predictability in international relations? Can we preserve and utilize the decades-old pillars of the international order, like UN Charter, Security Council? Should we rethink the rules, reconsider and reinvigorate multilateralism? Because we have to aim at strengthening alliances, assembling like-minded, be open to new partnership, and all this with a view to restore lost predictability. First and foremost, let me introduce our 5 panelists. Mr. Davor Božinović, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior of the Republic of Croatia, and I welcome him warmly. Mrs. Dubravka Šuica, Vice President of the European Commission and the Commissioner for Democracy and Demography. She feels at home in more ways than one today. Then we have Mr. Faruk Kaymakci, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Director for EU Affairs, Republic of Turkey. Then we have Mrs. Bettina Kadenbach, Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs and Security Policy from NATO. And last but certainly not the least, we have Mrs. Karin von Hippel, Director General from Royal United Services Institute based in London. I will start with no further ado with the first question addressed to Minister Božinović. Mr. Minister, NATO made historical decision by signing the accession protocols with Finland and Sweden recently, thus enlarging organization to 32 member states. How much stronger NATO has become with the addition of these two countries, and what would be the impact of it on international relations in general, please?
Thank you, Vlado. Good morning, everyone. It's a very interesting question. I would say NATO would become much stronger, and I will try to explain in a few words. By accepting Finland and Sweden, NATO will be richer with two mature democracies, with the two countries well developed, especially, or not exclusively, of course, in military fields, with strong military industry, with the very well-known brands, and I think it is a great achievement for everyone. I mean, NATO, Europe, Finland, Sweden, all of us. Any sober analysis could not exclude that Mr. Putin would try to spread his attacks from Ukraine to the rest of Europe, and there is three possible directions: southern, central, and northern one. Northern is of particular importance because there is a security gap, especially in the Baltic region, and with Finland and Sweden, NATO will fill this gap with, as I said, two very important and very active, already active members. One should not forget that Finland and Sweden are probably the most active participants in NATO fora, even before they will become members. They participated in numerous exercises of NATO, but also in missions like Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Iraq, and I remember since my period as ambassador to NATO that their discussions, their debates are very well founded in real terms. So I think this is a great achievement for them. I understand that it was not easy decision because after decades, in case of Finland, but in case of Sweden, even centuries of policy of neutrality. But as already mentioned at this panel this morning, the world are passing through tectonic changes, and of course they made this decision. Even this debate about possible NATO membership never died in these two countries, but even let's say half a year ago, it will be sound as a joke to say that both will become shortly NATO members, and it finally happened. Since 2014, they were even more active and present in NATO debate, and it is this new status before the ratification of the protocols will allow Finland and Sweden to participate in all NATO meetings, forums, capability plannings, exchanging of intelligence data, defense data, and we could consider them already as members. It is important, and I am particularly satisfied that Croatian Parliament would be among the first to ratify these two protocols. German Bundestag yesterday ratified a protocol for Sweden and Finland, and these are good signs, and everything from that point of view goes in the right direction. You know, there is a number of things we could discuss, of course, in more details, but there is even time shortage. But the recent decision to increase NATO presence in Europe, to increase the number of soldiers from 40,000 to 300,000 soldiers in a foreseeable future, it means that there is a really serious policy of transatlantic allies. And I am sure that both countries calculated what is going on after this aggression. They realized that America is back, and this is not a parole. They were most active from the very beginning of Russian aggression against Ukraine. They realized that no NATO member so far, but no NATO member is attacked by Russia, which is, of course, very important for their calculation. And they also realized that all NATO members, since the beginning of this war, remain committed to Article 5, which is very important for all of us to count that NATO member states will provide assistance in the case that conflict would, I hope no, but as I said, no one could rule out this possibility to widespread to the European continent. So it is important, but as we already hear from this morning speeches, there is only one segment, but most important, the basic one, because without a real security in military terms, we could not even have a deeper or thoughtful discussions regarding all other elements of this crisis, which goes, of course, from energy to food, and but I'm sure that we will speak about this more in next minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And yes, as you said rightly so, it deepens our security and adds a bit to predictability. I would now like to move from NATO to the European Union angle, and no one is better qualified for that Commissioner Šuica. And we would be amiss if not addressing, at least briefly, the issue of the Conference on the Future of Europe, because you had a prominent role in it, and the Conference on the Future of Europe concluded its work by issuing the report on its final outcome, containing many important proposals. So could you highlight some of them, how they could increase predictability in our plans for European future?
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Minister Grlić-Radman and Ministry of Foreign Affairs for keeping this Dubrovnik Forum alive for years, because debates and deliberations are more important than ever at this moment. So thank you once again. I also want to thank you that I feel very comfortable this morning because I sit on panel with women colleagues, because I'm one of the signatories of the campaign which says no women, no panel. This time I feel very comfortable, so thank you very much. I also want to welcome all of you to my hometown city of Dubrovnik. Thank you very much for coming and for showing interest in this deliberation. Before I start talking about Conference on the Future of Europe, let me remind you of the 6 priorities of this European Commission, because they are now becoming more important than ever. We started with the European Green Deal, then with first, then second, digital transition, then third, economy that works for people, then fourth, strong Europe in the world, then fifth, European way of life, and sixth, a new push for European democracy, which I'm part of. When I mentioned the European way of life, I remember at the beginning, maybe you also remember, because we started with the title Protecting European Way of Life, and then we were criticized by many, and then we changed this into Promoting European Way of Life. Nowadays, I'm not sure whether we would have done this change. Okay, let's start with the first 2 priorities, which we put focus on. It's Green Europe, climate and digital transformation. Just imagine, 2 years ago, before pandemic started, we somehow anticipated what was going to happen, because we wouldn't be able to survive during lockdown and pandemic if we were not at that time digitally connected, which means that we somehow anticipated and we showed that we can also work remotely, and this digital transition was very good priority, which was chosen by us. And then we come to second one, which is EU Green Deal and climate neutral Europe. So now we want to get rid of Russian gas, Russian oil. And we started this massively investing in renewables, and we started this big campaign which is called Repower Europe. So these 2 priorities has shown that we were right at the moment 2 years ago, although nobody could have anticipated what was going to happen. And now let me say a few words on new push for European democracy, of which one part is Conference on the Future of Europe, for which I was in lead and I'm still in lead on behalf of European Commission. We started this exercise because we thought that we have somehow to come closer to our citizens, because people perceive European Commission as a so-called Brussels bubble, and we wanted to burst this bubble and to show that we can come closer to citizens, that we can talk with them. Although many MEPs and MPs from national parliaments were not that happy, because they thought that they are directly elected by citizens, so why on earth do we need these citizens? But we wanted to somehow incorporate deliberative democracy and participatory democracy into representative democracy, to show that we only by this that we are only strengthening our democracy, and that we are only empowering our MEPs and our MPs. And little by little it was done, although Conference on the Future of Europe was envisaged to start during Croatian presidency, but due to known reasons we were not able at that moment. So we started during Portuguese presidency, and it lasted for a year. But it doesn't mean that it's over. So we have now this report, which you mentioned, Vladimir, this report, final report, which was handed over to President von der Leyen, to President Michel, President of that moment, it was Macron, President of the Council, and President of European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and they have to deal now with this. Why? We stopped on 9th of May, which is the Day of Europe, because we need to implement the results of this. Otherwise, it will be the end of our mandate and nothing would happen. This is the reason why we stopped, and now each institution should do what is in accordance with their competencies. Now we come to the treaty change, because 90% of these proposals can be done without any treaty change within existing treaty, but 10% of them ask for treaty change. As you know, there is no agreement at the moment in the Council. There is a big agreement and big support, huge support within European Parliament, but European Council is not united in this, and the Commission's role is to be honest broker or facilitator, and we are waiting for their agreement. If two institutions agree, Council and Parliament, we will do our job in accordance with the treaty. Which means, what am I talking about? I'm talking about, for example, banning unanimity. So banning unanimity can be good in some issues, but sometimes for small and medium-sized member states, it's not good. So let's see how will our leaders decide in the Council. This is something which is now, at the moment, it's not, we have to clarify this. So Conference on the Future of Europe brought many citizens, first via multilingual digital platform, and also via different events on a local, national, regional level, and also at European level. We organized citizens panels, and citizens were free to say what they want. So we really accepted what they said. There was no vote, so everything was brought in consensus. And now we have to deal with it. And we promised our citizens that there will be a feedback this time, a little bit different from previous citizens' dialogues. So in November, we will organize another event on the Conference of the Future of Europe. We'll invite all these citizens again and tell them what is real, what we can do, and what we cannot do. This is something which will be a difference from previous dialogues. So I think that we have to keep in touch with our citizens. We have to keep informing them, because we heard this morning from our two presidents, we heard also from Gordan Jandrokovic, that disinformation and fake news are now all over, not only from Russia, but all over the world. So we have to somehow, if I may say, not control this, but we have to be in constant dialogue with our citizens, because it is important. And Ursula von der Leyen, my president, decided that we will have European citizens panels each time when we start new key legislation. So we will somehow incorporate deliberative democracy in our decision-making process. And the final sentence, what was our goal? Our goal is to make European citizens feel that they can change and they can influence drafting European policies, not to feel distant. So they are ones who can influence. And this is, I think, this has been achieved at the moment.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. You touched many important things. I would just echo what you said about misinformation, disinformation, false information. I think this is another global crisis on our hands, but this is for a different topic. I would now turn to Mr. Kaymakci, our friend from Turkey. And my first question would be, the world no longer resembles what it was when the NATO or United Nations were founded. And if we take a closer look from today's perspective, if we take a look at their functionality of the pillars of the international order, do we need to change, amend, adapt some of the decades-old mechanisms like Security Council veto power or decision-making mechanism within NATO? Can we continue with the business as usual?
Thank you, Mr. Drobniak. You asked me a question in the chapter that I have not studied. I'm an EU guy, but let me answer.
But we can also let me.
No.
Let me just expand to one question.
Yes.
From your perspective.
Yes.
How would you see the mechanisms for cooperation with the European Union of the candidate countries?
Yes.
How you see this mechanism? Does this require also some adjustments according to the new realities.
Yes, of course, we are not in, late 40s or early 50s when we set up, today's main European transatlantic organizations. And of course, the world has changed a lot. And as you mentioned, in the UN system, the Security Council, the abuse of the veto right or the unanimity rule that the Vice President of the European Commission mentioned, it is a serious issue. I think this is also one of the reasons why I think Putin administration didn't hesitate to act, so blatantly in violation of a sovereignty of a European state. And I think we should, we should work on this unanimity rule. We should work on the new structure of the UN system. And my country has been actually working on this to have some sort of reform of the Security Council. But it also goes for the EU, as the Vice President mentioned. One of the demands of the European people, from candidate countries to the member states, are the same. We should not allow, the veto right to be abused. And unfortunately, we have very painful cases. There are some countries, including Croatia in the past, which suffered, some abuse of the veto right in its accession to the EU. But today, again, we have, for example, Northern Macedonia, Albania waiting, and of course, not to mention my own country, who are blocked, for now how many decades. And normally the accession negotiations are supposed to be technical. Of course, the whole EU integration process is political, but at the same time, I think we should create some sort of new mechanism in which, yes, countries can use their veto right if they can also convince the others, the other member states. But we should not let this, unanimity rule to take hostage the whole process. And also, this morning we have listened the Prime Minister, Plenković. He made, I think, some good explanations of why we have, this war on our continent. I think one of the reasons is that, again, it is linked to the unanimity rule, because we cannot have proper relations with the EU in terms of EU's security and defense policy. As the Minister of Interior mentioned, Sweden, Finland, for example, have really cooperated into many NATO operations than some of the NATO members. We know that. But today, this veto right, for example, is used in Turkey's access to CSTP missions, to PESCO, and we are the second biggest army of NATO. And because of this veto abuse, unfortunately, we cannot have a clear and full coordination between NATO and the EU. And I think if we do not have full coordination between the EU and NATO, we are not deterrent anymore in the West. And the transatlantic family is dead, is divided, and it gives messages of, I think, weakness to those who do not mind, violating the international law. So this is why I think we should try to strike the right balance. And again, on the issue of Finland and Sweden, let me say very briefly that, of course, Sweden and Finland are most welcome to strengthen our alliance, but at the same time, they have to follow the minimum requirements of the alliance, which means we have to address the concerns of the current member states. When we talk about concerns, these are the legitimate concerns which were also underlined by the NATO Secretary General. This is counterterrorism, and this is also not having any restrictions against your allies in terms of defense industry, in terms of arms sales. So I think this is why we need to create a mechanism in which, this veto right is not abused. And also, some people claim that we are also abusing our veto right in NATO against Finland and Sweden, but that has not been the case, because as long as these legitimate concerns are addressed, we want to see them in NATO, not today, but even yesterday. So this is our policy. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for handling my questions in such an expert way. Thank you. Mrs. Kadenbach, my question deals with the united front of the European Union, NATO, and like-minded countries who are these days contributing in more ways than one in pursuit of more predictability and stability in international relations. How should we develop the existing partnership within EU, NATO, UN, Council of Europe, OSCE, and beyond? And with the like-minded countries, how much and in what ways they should contribute to upholding the rules-based order and the international law?
Well, these are quite a few questions put into one, if I may say so. So when I look at the united fronts that we have been able to build, these fronts are to make very, very clear that this war is a war of aggression against a sovereign country. This is violating the very, very basics of what governs international relationships. So that is very, very clear. When it comes to how we can continue to sustain the efforts and the gains that we have made, and it's not just us, it's international organizations, it's states, it's alliances as NATO, it is also state and non-state actors, because what we have seen was that it was us, it was the organizations, it was populations, it was civil society, it was companies. All of them came together and said, this is wrong, we can't allow this to happen, and then we have to take consequences. So what we need to do is, in order to sustain this, to build a positive agenda. And this agenda is to remind ourselves, what is it that we stand for? What is it that we want to achieve? And what we want to achieve is common security, a space of security, a space of stability, and as you said, predictability. So we need to look at seeking coherent positions where they really matter. I just give you a very relevant example. We are looking ahead at the conference, the review conference on the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is on nuclear arms. It's going to take place in August in New York. What we are doing at NATO right now is we make sure that we have the same messages that we want to deliver there as all allies. We are reaching out to our partners and we are explaining why we have the positions that we have, and we try to seek for them to go into the same direction and to look at it in the same way. This is unity. This is how we are going to address it, and we hope we will be able to sustain this and to continue. When it comes to NATO and the European Union, just briefly, I thank very much Vice Minister Kaimachi for his remarks. I'll have to say that my view on the NATO-EU relationship is a bit more optimistic, because we do have a very, very broad agenda. We have seen how important this partnership is when we look at the recent crisis, when we look at what we've done. From day one, from the 21st of February, we stood united. We stood in solidarity. We have worked together. We had been in constant dialogue. We kept each other informed. We were complementary in what we were doing. We were dedicated to continue to do what we do. So this is a very good precedent, and now we have a whole big agenda that we have to look at. It is resilience. The European Union will have to set the norms. NATO will have to say this is where we have to focus on, this is where we need to be resilient. We have to look at EDTs, emerging and disruptive technologies. There we have to say setting norms. Who does it? Who does it best? Which organization will be the one who will be in the lead? Which are the others that then can support? Which are the lead capacities? Climate change and security, very, very important. We are all concerned with that. We have to work together. We will do this. And to touch upon what you started with, Finland and Sweden, as invitees now at NATO's table and becoming members, we have to be aware that once Finland and Sweden have joined, 96% of the population of the European Union will be part of NATO's security. I think that is a great asset that we can work with. And for what you have said. You are completely right. Then we look at all the allies who are not members of the European Union, who contribute not only to European security, but to transatlantic security. And of course, we will be able to address their security concerns as well, within NATO and also in conjunction with the European Union. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And I take from your remarks building a positive agenda, setting norms for common security, and of course we must not lose the strategic importance of transatlantic partnership from our side. Mrs. von Hippel, in today's geopolitical circumstances which are dire, is the term international rules-based order becoming more and more like a euphemism? And how to ensure our NATO and EU streamlined approach, how to avoid overlaps, and how to interact in the most productive way in a very, very complex world that we live in, coping with multiple crises at the same time?
Thank you for that very simple question. Appreciate it. It's a pleasure to be here, ministers, excellencies, and colleagues. I'm really delighted to be here, and it's the first time for me to be in this incredible country, Croatia. So thank you for inviting me and including me. And I think the subjects today are very critical for our security, as we all know. I think one way to consider this challenge of some of the terms that we throw around, rules-based order is that I think the world has just changed in so many fundamental ways, and in a sense we're just catching up with these changes. So it's more of a multipolar world. It is, we've obviously dealing with the rise of China. We've had huge existential crises in the last few years even that have shifted the tectonic plates even more, and I think we're all still coming to grips with that. So I don't think, so much of our muscle memory wants to go back to the way it was for so many years, in a sense before President Trump really accelerated some of the changes that were underway. But I don't think you can blame Trump for undermining the international system. I think it was happening anyway. He just accelerated it. He poured fuel on the fire. So I think we need to be thinking about the challenges in a different way. And I would say that some of the organizations that have handled these crises are on this panel. I mean, we have NATO, the EU. We have countries like Turkey that have really contributed in a significant way. So I think, in a sense, people use terms like minilateralism or regionalism. Personally, I think we shouldn't worry so much about the role of the UN or reforming the Security Council. It's almost this black hole we go down so many times, and we can't get beyond it. And at the moment, the Security Council just doesn't function because countries can veto any action. Even, when I was working for the Obama administration on Syria, we couldn't even get humanitarian resolutions through the Security Council. You remember that, the minister. So in a sense, we need to focus on what works and try to strengthen that. And it can just be not just the regional organizations that I mentioned, but it's also, sometimes we come together to solve a problem. So if you all recall, when the Islamic State declared this caliphate in Iraq and Syria, countries came together for a purpose. There was a coalition of 80-plus countries. It was an international coalition. Countries from the north and south were part of it. It came together to solve a problem, to deal with a challenge on the kinetic side and the soft power side. And once that challenge has disappeared, it has mostly gone away. So instead of thinking about institutions that were built in a different time, they're very hard to reform, as we all know. Maybe we think about either creating new ones for a purpose, and then that purpose disappears, the organization disappears, or working with the institutions that are doing very well, such as the EU, such as NATO in particular.
Thank you. And when you mentioned Security Council reform, that would merit a separate conference, but I don't think it would bring any results. Conclusive results, yes. I'm turning back to Minister Božinović, and I would like to take a little bit of a transatlantic angle. Mr. Minister, you recently visited Washington when you had a number of successful meetings with your American counterparts, and by the way, warm congratulations on your achievements regarding Croatia's entry to Schengen area. Your ministry played a pivotal role. So my question is, United States since the 90s played an important active role in Southeast Europe. Is this still the case today? And how you see future American role in the region and in Europe in general?
Yeah, very simple question. Thank you for this reference to Schengen. I will come back later on this. Yes, I was in the States, and of course, we had bilateral meetings with our counterparts, mostly from Secretary Mayorkas, from the Homeland Security, Deputy Attorney General, but I also had the opportunity to have meetings with the people and the high-level people from different ministries, from Pentagon to State Department, and my personal ambition was to hear how this crisis is considering within the American political circles, and what could we learn from their assessment of the situation. I could say that it is my impression, but I'm firm in it, that America is really back not only to the region of Europe, but also to the region of Southeast Europe, and this is something that it is clear from the activities of a number of American officials traveling across over Atlantic on frequent basis, not only to Brussels I, to Brussels II, but also to other capitals, including in the region of Southeast Europe. I think this is in the time of crisis, especially in the time of such crisis we experienced with Ukraine, something that we really needed to see, and we need this kind of cooperation. Not only we as Europeans, but also Americans are not in position to play a really leading role, let's say, on behalf of democratic parts of the world without Europe, which is their natural ally. And I think what happened from the outset of the war in Ukraine was a clear example of this thesis. So yesterday, I think President Obama paid price to President Biden, sorry, paid price to American intelligence, which had a tremendous role on the beginning of war, revealing Putin's intentions, and it reminds, especially us in this part of Europe, how it is important, and how it would be important if one revealed the real plans of Slobodan Milosevic on that time. Unfortunately, we experienced 3 or 4 years of his successfully cheating of international interlocutors, explaining that he is defending security, he is protecting peace, and we lost at least 4 years from the very beginning of war in 90s. Fortunately, it didn't happen now because of all these data that was published and read in newspapers, in TV shows all over Europe and the world, and it helped to forge this unity between European states and America, and to create kind of a front of unity against the aggression. And also it helped our friends in Ukraine to explain in much easier than we on the beginning of 90s and to justify their fight and defend of their homes. Of course, this is a war that is going on. No one could and should predict, which is one of the title of this panel. It is hard to predict what could happen, but from this example of the beginning, I think all of us should speak loudly and freely. What could we expect in weeks, months, maybe years to come, which would be probably the most challenged period. I don't know, could we compare it with any point of European modern history? We'll see. There is, of course, a brutal war in Ukraine, and this is a problem. We have to help our Ukrainian friends, but there are already a number of consequences of this war. We heard from Prime Minister's speech, from Speaker Jandrokovic's speech this morning. Of course, there is a problem with energy supply for Europe, and nothing of this come out of the blue. You know, energy as a part of, I think, kind of a strategic approach from some circles in Moscow that they know very well that coldness successfully stopped Napoleon in 1812 and Hitler in 1941, and I'm sure that they are now using coldness, meaning break of supplying rules, as a kind of intention to create a problem and chaos in Europe in months to come. Also, drought is a problem, and situation with export of grains from Ukraine. They planted sea mines. There is, of course, this is a main reason why attack these harbors in Ukraine and not allowing exports of grain to the rest of the world. It will hit Europe, but not only Europe, the whole world. Going back to 2010, we remember that ban export on that time because of real drought was one of the elements that set up spiral of something that later on became known as the Arab Spring. This, if repeat on the world scene, of course, this is now my portfolio, will certainly provoke new waves of migrants to reach mostly European soil, European Union. Then I will come back to your reference to Schengen. For that, we have to speed up all our activities for deeper integration of the EU member states, because Croatia is the country with the longest external land border of the European Union, and we have not only on behalf of our own, but on behalf of European Union and Schengen area, be part of all these systems that we could be allowed to be part only when become a member of Schengen. And we could, of course, continue this discussion in many other areas, but we should never forget that, as I said on the beginning, we have frankly communicate to our public. We saw these examples from some European states that we have to prepare our people that the situation might be worse, and we have to do our best to defend what we are defending here, and this is a main message. Of course, it's Dubravka's portfolio, but this is simple a fight between two models of governance in modern world. One is democracy, the other one is autocracy. For our states, especially smaller states like Croatia, there is no other choice than to be part of democratic world, because autocracy, especially in Europe, is impossible. And we have to defend the European Union, European values, by not allowing any kind of autocratic tendencies to be attractive in our part of the world, because if it happens, we are, of course, in a situation that we might lose everything. So defending democracy means defending European Union. The prerequisite is European Union and United States and other world democracies to stay together. And this is the only way, and I am sure that we will achieve this goal to save our future.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And as you said it, this war strengthened transatlantic alliance, contrary to wishes of some. This war put us closer and more together. We were talking about security gaps. I would just like briefly to use the opportunity that we are expert in the field of demography to touch upon demographic gaps. Demography is an important part of your portfolio, Commissioner Šuica, and population aging is an immense problem for many European Union member states, Croatia included. How you see this problem against the background of present geopolitical challenges, migration trends included?
Thank you very much for this question, but allow me, before switching to demography, to comment on Deputy Prime Minister's. I cannot stand not to comment. When he was speaking about the war in Ukraine and Putin, so the same pattern was used by Milosevic at that time. It was the same pattern and same doctrine, but the only difference is that we are now following the war in real time because we have all these gadgets, so there is no difference at that time. So when you mentioned democracy, you know, it's closely connected to demography. And this is the reason why this portfolio is democracy and demography, because both of these terms have a word demos in it, so everything is about people. But can you imagine that only 12% of world population live in democracy? So just calculate and see what's going on. So, and we want to be leaders, and we want to be role models, European Union and our partners. So this is very, very important fact to think about it. Talking about demography and its geopolitical role, it is very important, and this is the reason why this new portfolio is introduced in European Commission, because at the beginning, Ursula von der Leyen realized, also our Prime Minister, they were in agreement that we have to start talking about demography at European level, although demography, as all of you know, is the member states' competence. So we don't want to intervene into natality, mortality rates and so on. But when we talk about demography, we talk about it in much broader sense. Let me remind you of a few facts. First of all, Europe is an aging continent, which is not bad, but at the same time, we live in last 5 decades, we live 10 years more due to technological development, due to medicine and everything, due to better food. At the same time, if we go on like this, in 2070, we will be, European Union will be only 4% of world population. At the same time, we want to be leaders in digitalization, leaders in this, leaders in that, but with 4%, I'm not sure that this will be possible. But it doesn't mean that there will be less of us. There will be less of us, but it means that we have to look at demography from global angle, which means booming Africa, booming Latin America, booming different parts of the world. We may stay the same, but if you put this into the equation, then we are only 4%. So this is something we have to think about. How are we going to solve this? I will mention three issues. First, when we talk about Europe, cohesion policy and cohesion money is very important to use it and to make life at European continent better. So cohesion policy is very important, although some may think that it is not important. Look at this bridge. So since I come from this town, and as it was mentioned this morning, so without good infrastructure, without good preconditions, people would like to live. And this is the reason why we have to make life and living environment for our families good on European continent, and we have to make it cohesive. What is the very word cohesion? What very word cohesion means from chemistry? We have to be developed equally, which is not the case at the moment. The case is that for example, I mentioned one country, for example, Bulgaria. They have at the moment 9,000 euros GDP per capita. At the same time, look at Ireland, they have 88%, not to mention Luxembourg. Germany, 42%, Italy, 35%. Baltic countries, 17, not percent, but 1,000 euros, 17, 18, 19,000 euros. So there is a big discrepancy between countries, member states, and this is something we have to deal with. So cohesion policy first. Second, we have to think about artificial intelligence and robotics, because this could help us a lot in future, but because labor market is empty at the moment. And the third, which is very sensitive, but I will mention it, managing legal migrations. Without managing legal migrations, we wouldn't be able to fill in European labor market. And this is something which is very, very important. We are also dealing here on behalf of Commission and within Commission on making our rural areas more attractive, more prosperous. Why am I mentioning this? Because I have to mention a few facts. 80% of European continent geographically is covered by rural areas. And on this 80%, only one-third of European population, which means there is a huge potential, but how to deal with this? I'm not intervening into personal choice, whether you would like to have kids or not. It's not it's personal choice, but at the same time we have to intervene with these broader measures in order to help our families to thrive, to organize their life. At the same time, we are not advocating against freedom of movement. People can choose, at least at European continent, where they like to live. At the same time, we have to make that their life in their countries, like in Croatia, that it is sustainable and that they would like to stay there. Of course, exchange is always good to get best practice and everything is good, but in the end, the best is in your place. There is a lot to say about demography, but only what we are working now, we are working on the report on demographic change, new one, because we have to take into account results of Brexit, then result of COVID pandemic, and the third one, result of this big migration wave, which we still don't know what is going to happen. So we are trying to incorporate all this and see what will happen with this. So next time, maybe I can brief you a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. This is a very deep subject. I will turn to Mr. Kamakci again, and well, considering that Turkey's strategic position in Europe and the world cannot be overstated, it was and it is of the highest order. And we are fortunate to have you here so we can just, at least for a few minutes, hear from your angle how you see your part of strategic area. The Black Sea has become the area of high instability and partly a war theater. In its proximity, there is another highly unstable area, the Middle East and Eastern Mediterranean. There is a Caucasus theater. How you see the main security challenges there? In short, I know my question is difficult, but in a simplified way, what can we expect in the midterm future?
Yes, thank you very much. Before I answer this question, let me also say a few words on Europe and the EU. Of course, the Vice President, when she says, I think Europe, she means the EU. But if we include the enlargement countries, 10 of them, I think you can get some, representation and weight in terms of demography. So just I wanted to remind you, but I agree with you. The current EU will not be a geopolitical EU with some weight and influence until we build up a real European way of growth, European way of demography, and this is I think an important point. Of course, the Black Sea now is very complicated. Unfortunately, we have a war. But from the first day on, Turkey considered this aggression as a war, and we immediately started, implementing the Montreux Convention, which I think keeps, the Black Sea stable for the time being. But unfortunately, the Black Sea ports of Ukraine are not operational, and of course, Ukraine demined some of its ports and harbors to protect these ports, which creates, of course, difficulty in exporting grains. And as you are aware, with the UN, we are doing our best to open some Black Sea corridors for grains, fertilizers, and also cooking oil. And we hope that maybe next week we might get some breakthrough, because yesterday, Minister Çavuşoğlu was in contact with his Ukrainian and Russian counterparts, and President Erdogan will be speaking also in the few days coming up, to find, a way, because otherwise, as it was mentioned by the previous speakers, we have a food security crisis, we have irregular migration crisis coming up, and we have Africa suffering a lot. So, of course, we try to keep the Black Sea as stable, as secure as possible, but we should also be very careful not to provoke any additional, tension in the Black Sea, because there are some of our allies, who would like to come in, but it's not the right time, and I hope we will not see such a need in the future either. When it comes to, since we talk about the Black Sea, let me move to South Caucasia. There we have now some, hope of normalization between Azerbaijan and Armenia, between Turkey and Armenia. I think this is the best thing to happen. We need to help Armenia to, to be more pro-European, and also Azerbaijan. And I think it was also important to give some EU perspective to Georgia. But Turkey is really doing its best to stabilize South Caucasia. And actually, this helps, and we see this result. When I go down a little bit to Iran and the Middle East, especially in Syria, Turkey is the only NATO European ally facing Russia. By the way, sometimes we are criticized why Turkey is not implementing the EU sanctions against Russia. But already we have taken our own measures, and we have been doing this even before the war, even before some of our allies started helping Ukraine. We have been helping them with training, with materials. So this has been already there. So in Syria, of course, the situation is complex, and the negotiations are not advancing, unfortunately, and Russia is not helping in terms of, a democratic transition. But again, we will continue to do whatever necessary. And also, again, also in Libya, Turkey is the only NATO European facing, again, Russia and, some outside forces, some, actors who should not be there. And of course, we are trying to stabilize also Libya. So when we do this, in different parts of our region, actually we are not only protecting our own borders, but also these are the borders of Europe, if it is not the EU yet, and also NATO. Let's not, I think, forget this. When it comes to Eastern Mediterranean, I think Eastern Mediterranean can be a good area of cooperation. And it can be the new coal and steel, of the EU in terms of finding, a confidence-building measure. But especially, I want to refer to the Cyprus issue because of the drilling activities around the island of Cyprus without, consulting the Turkish Cypriots or, drilling in disputed areas with Turkey. It complicates the situation. It creates the tension. And lately, actually, the Turkish Cypriot made a proposal that some sort of consortium of private companies, without recognizing each other, they can, start some sort of drilling and making, joint efforts. And this can also help Minister with the energy security. One of the main 4 arteries of Europe in terms of energy security is through Southern Gas Corridor, which is basically Turkey. So we have 31 billion cubic meters of capacity. Only half of it is used. But we want to also have hydrocarbon resources from ISMED, mainly Cyprus, maybe Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt. And this can easily be and quickly connected to Southern Gas Corridor. And this can be one of the real options as an alternative to the Russian gas. But unfortunately, again, the veto right blocks our cooperation within the context of the EU. So Turkey, is doing its best to stabilize these parts of the world and to face, some, some agenda of Russia in these places. But we are alone, and we want to see also solidarity from our NATO allies, and also we want to be part of, EU's, new defense mechanism. And I will make a big claim. If Turkey had been a member of the EU, and if we had had a good cooperation between the EU and NATO, basically turning the NATO, to the army of the EU, I think this war would have been easily prevented. But we do not have this deterrence yet. And this requires solidarity, and this requires joint action. And I think this is the key. So I think I will stop here because our time
Thank
is
you.
running.
Thank you for your very rich answer, and you touched so many issues that would merit a number of conferences. As I said, we are inching towards the end of our panel, but of course, I will put another question to Mrs. Kadenbach. So the world facing food shortages, we have severe energy instability, but we are also facing a prospect of global recession. Against this background, how accurate can we be in our strategic policy planning and predictions, because predictability is the title of this planet, and how the war in Ukraine affected policy planning in a short or mid-term frame?
Well, that is the easiest question of all, I should say. It is very, very difficult because the war of Ukraine just highlights everything that's wrong at the moment. And what is the most basic thing is that we are not in a war, or we are not in a state of competition between the West versus Russia or the West versus the rest of the world. What we are is we see a competition between those who believe that the rules, the principles, the agreements, and the laws that govern international relations matter, and those who believe that they are entitled to deny another country their very statehood, their independence, and their national identity. That is the situation that we are in. And this, a lot of what we see evolving from there is because this is at the root and at the core of many of the problems that we see unfolding right now. Ukraine is fighting their war of independence against a colonial power, and that is why rules-based international order matters, and that has to be at the base of what we do in terms of policy planning, because multilateral rules, even if they are suboptimal, they are better than regressing back to raw power politics without deliberative or consultative fora and formats for engaging with each other. That is very, very important that we have this. So I think we are back to looking at why do we have international organizations? Why were they founded? What is their purpose? And that is, most of them are not because we are against something, but because we stand for something. NATO stands for security, stability, and predictability. The European Union stands for the same, plus prosperity. The United Nations were based on decolonization, on having sovereign states, also on the protection of human rights, as in rights that belong to people and not privileges granted by somebody up there in power who can take these privileges away again. So this is the framework in which we operate, and that is the framework in which we have to look at the crises that are unfolding. One of the biggest is the food crisis. It's huge, it's incredible, it's really, really a very, very bleak prospect if we do not manage to address this in the right way. And I do believe this is where international fora have a role to play, where we have to see what is it that we can do, where we have to reach out to others, where we have to have a conversation with the African Union and to see what is it that we can put to the table, how can we help in a way that is meaningful. So that means that what's happening right here in Europe has an impact on the situation, on the livelihood of people in Africa. And we have to be aware of that, and we have to come together as the international community to address this. Energy security is the very same thing. We have to do this, and we have to do it jointly, because otherwise, if it's just individual countries trying to do something, at the end of the day, that's not going to be sustainable. That could be a short-term measure for a certain aspect, but it cannot be what we really need on a global scale.
Thank you very much. And the last question goes to Mrs. von Hippel. Well, in the shadow of the big war in Ukraine, a number of pivotal issues remains, and we still have to deal with them. But we are not talking about them as much as we used a few months ago, like sustainable development, public health, climate and biodiversity. And all these issues directly feed in the global security. So my question is it possible to pursue them in the new atmosphere that resembles a new Cold War and when we have such a global security crisis upon us? Can we efficiently and how we should efficiently deal with the other issues?
That's an excellent question, and it actually follows very neatly on the contributions from our Turkish colleague and our NATO colleague, because I was thinking as they were both speaking, your point, Minister from Turkey, about had Turkey been inside the EU, it would have been easier. We're in a situation now globally where we have basically three axes. We have the Russia-China axis, we've got the West, and then we've got the rest. And the rest is maybe the former non-aligned movement, more or less, not entirely. But you could see it during the vote in the General Assembly, how many countries had abstained from the war in Ukraine. And they don't like to be, well, we know that some of the arguments they made is this is sort of a white Christian, you're helping white Christians, you didn't help us. We hear some of those arguments that where many of our countries are accused of hypocrisy. But I think even more important, they don't want to be forced to choose to join Russia, China, or to join the West. And so I think your question gets at the heart of a way to deal with that challenge. Because I think the Western countries that do believe in democracy and human rights and our values, we need to try to figure out ways to bring those countries on board and to be part of our coalition as opposed to the autocracy side of the ledger. And the best ways to do that are dealing, as you say, with issues of common concern. It's health, it's climate, it's so many issues, it's food security, it's all the issues where they are being fundamentally impacted, not just by the war in Ukraine, but by the global economic recession. So I do think it's very important for all the diplomats in the room to be working very hard to try to figure out ways, subtly, overtly, or privately, to bring these countries on board and to join these coalitions. And I do think at heart, people from the South do sympathize with the people of Ukraine, but they feel that we haven't helped them enough during the crises that they have faced. So, I would encourage, unfortunately, I'm not in a position to do any of that. I could just, make commentary, but many of you actually can take that kind of action. So thank you for that question.
And I thank you for your contribution, and this brings us to the end of our first panel. It was a very rich discussion, but the complexity of the issues was such that we just scratched the tip of the iceberg. But I would like to end just to use one sentence. I think Mrs. Kadenbach said it, that the war in Ukraine uncovered everything that is wrong in the world today. And I think we have a long way to fix it. But the number of ideas and thinkings that we heard today fills us with the hope that many solutions are at hand. I will end here, and I thank our panelists kindly and warmly, and I invite you to award them with a big round of applause.
We thank our panelists and our moderator. I would just like to kindly remind you that panels 2 and 3 will take place simultaneously, while the panel entitled Raw Power of Raw Materials, moderated by Mr. Zdenko Lucic, State Secretary for Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia, will take place in the Mare 3 hall, which is right next door. And the panel Disinformation, Reader's Digest, moderated by Mrs. Sunčana Glavak, member of the European Parliament, will take place in this hall. I'm looking forward to welcoming you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Are we missing for somebody?
Missing 2 panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third panel, which is taking place in this hall. It is Disinformation Reader's Digest, moderated by Ms. Sunčana Glavak, member of the European Parliament. We will not be waiting for the missing panelists. We are sure they're coming, so we can start right away. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much, dear panelists, honored guests. I'm honored to welcome you in Dubrovnik once again to the beginning of the discussion on the important topic of disinformation. Let me start by introducing today's panelist, Ivan Kočuk, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Slovak Republic. Welcome. Nina Obuljen-Koržinek, Minister of Culture and Media, Republic of Croatia. Sven Wagner, Special Advisor to the Secretary General for Foreign Affairs, Republic of Austria. Robert Rydberg, State Secretary, Kingdom of Sweden. Hervé Delphine, Head of Policy Planning and Strategic Foresight, European External Action Service. And Annette Kreber-Riel, Vice President, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Europe from Google. So welcome. To begin with, from the side of the European Parliament, I would like to give an introduction in the Croatian language, given that we are in Croatia, in Dubrovnik, in heart of Croatian tourism. After introduction, I'll go back to English with questions for all panelists. So, istraživanje Eurobarometar iz 2018. godine pokazalo je da su naši građani zabrinuti zbog dezinformacija. 83% građana smatra da dezinformacije ugrožavaju demokraciju. 51% Evropljana smatra da su bili izloženi dezinformacijama na internetu. Kao oblik vladavine koji se oslanja naravno na sudjelovanje građana, demokracija je osjetljiva na pokušaje potkopavanja spremnosti građana da sudjeluju u javnom i u političkom životu. Demokracija i demokratske institucije izložene su stresu zbog nekoliko čimbenika, uključujući naravno i porast populističkih političkih pokreta, pad povjerenja građana u javne institucije te štetan učinak dezinformacija i online manipulacija. S jedne strane, vi to dobro znate, kao korisnici internet i online platforme pružaju nove prilike kojima se proširuje pristup informacijama, osnažuju građane da naravno izraze svoje mišljenje i povećavaju njihovu participaciju. S druge strane, predstavljaju značajne izazove za demokratske procese. Putem njih može se iskriviti pristup informacijama, širiti dezinformacije i pomoći političkoj manipulaciji. Slično se događa i sa masovnim medijima, toga smo svi svjesni, i to posebno u onima koji nemaju transparentne vlasničke strukture, a putem kojih se pokušava izvršiti strani utjecaj. Nekoliko je ključnih izazova koje internetsko okruženje i digitalne tehnologije predstavljaju za demokraciju. Iskrivljavanje javnog mnijenja, na što se može utjecati filtriranjem, rangiranjem i moderiranjem sadržaja, zatim manipuliranje političkim stavovima i preferencijama putem dezinformacija koje se šire internetom, i to se čini namjernom uporabom algoritama, botova, trolova, dubinskih lažiranja, takozvani deep fake, kako bi se širio lažni sadržaj. Još jedan izazov je iskrivljavanje izbornog natjecanja putem lažnih internetskih poruka, političkih oglasa koji su ciljano usmjereni na vrlo specifične skupine. Tako se povećava naravno i negativan učinak dezinformacija i onih oglasa koje nazivamo manipulativnim. Tu je i slabljenje integriteta izbora kroz strano uplitanje i kibernetičke napade, što postaje faktor destabilizacije za europske demokracije. Monetizacija dezinformacija postala je vrlo unosan posao. Mislim da ćete se složiti s time. Promoviranje sadržaja koji će izazvati raspravu bez obzira na njegovu istinitost stvara profit od prodaje oglasa. Automatizirani računi i algoritmi pridonose i širenju dezinformacije na društvenim mrežama. Međutim, ne možemo sav teret odgovornosti prebaciti na algoritme. Veliku ulogu tu igra i ljudski faktor. Učinkovite kampanje dezinformiranja, dakle, rezultat su složene interakcije između ljudi i algoritma strane. Mi, dakle, kažem, kada mislim na ljude općenito. Na ovotjednoj sjednici u Europskom parlamentu usvojili smo akt o digitalnim uslugama, vjerujem da svi koji se bavite tim poslom ste to pratili, kojim se definiraju jasne obveze za pružatelje digitalnih usluga, poput društvenih mreža ili internetskih tražilica, kako bi se suzbilo širenje nezakonitog sadržaja i dezinformacija na internetu. To znači da će se povećati i transparentnost, olakšavanjem pristupa podacima i algoritmima velikih platformi. Europska unija se pozicionira kao globalni lider zapravo u postavljanju standarda o odgovornosti internetskih poduzeća, vodeći se motom što je ilegalno offline, ilegalno je i online. I to uvijek moramo imati na umu. Tu nisu ni tradicionalni mediji izostavljeni. Kako bi se ojačalo medije i pluralizam, u travnju ove godine predstavljen je prijedlog direktive o strateškim tužbama protiv sudjelovanja javnosti, revidirana je direktiva o audio-vizualnim medijskim uslugama, a predstojeći Europski zakon o slobodi medija zaštitit će i pluralizam i neovisnost medija na unutarnjem tržištu Europske unije. Osim konkretnih politika, Europska unija je za borbu protiv dezinformacije osigurala financijska sredstva u programima istraživanja i inovacija. To je posebno važno za korisnike takvih sredstava i istaknut ću Europski observatorij za digitalne medije, projekt kojemu je cilj stvoriti zapravo europsko središte za takozvani fact checking, akademike i druge relevantne dionike. U programu Kreativna Europa za sektor informativnih medija, mislim da je važno istaknuti tu činjenicu, osigurano je 75 milijuna eura do 2027. godine. 2020. Europski parlament osnovao je i posebni odbor za vanjsko uplitanje u sve demokratske procese u Europskoj uniji, uključujući dezinformiranje, i kao članica tog odbora sudjelovala sam u izradi izvješća koje smo usvojili u ožujku ove godine. Štetni učinak vanjskog uplitanja i dezinformacija naravno posebno je vidljiv u kontekstu ruske agresije na Ukrajinu. Kako bi manipulirala svojim građanima, ali zapravo i međunarodnom zajednicom, Rusija se koristi manipulacijama na tradicionalnim, ali i online medijima, kao i na platformama društvenih medija. Mala digresija, znate da smo i s razine Europske unije donijeli odluku da se jednostavno neki mediji ne prikazuju, odnosno da se ukine emitiranje različitih i ruskih programa u članicama Europske unije. Očito je da se informacije mogu koristiti kao oružje, uvijek kroz povijest, rekli su tko raspolaže informacijama taj je uvijek u prednosti, ali naravno nemojmo smetnuti s uma da to može utjecati općenito na sigurnosnu situaciju. Ne trebamo zapostaviti ni zemlje Zapadnog Balkana koje su posebno pogođene napadima u obliku stranog uplitanja i kampanja dezinformiranja. Zaključno za uvod, borba protiv dezinformacija za sve nas je veliki izazov. S jedne strane ne smijemo ugroziti slobodu mišljenja i izražavanja koja je sadržana u povelji Europske unije o temeljnim pravima. Za razliku od govora mržnje, lažne ili obmanjujuće informacije same po sebi nisu nezakonite i tu smo zapravo s jedne strane pred pitanjem što je dopušteno, a što nije dopušteno. I vi koji sudjelujete u donošenju odluka, tu ste jednako tako, vjerujem, pred velikom nedoumicom. Ovo neka bude uvod, a sada bih našim panelistima dozvolila da oni izraze svoja mišljenja. I welcome I welcome the Special Advisor to the Secretary General for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Austria, Mr. Wagner. My first question is to you. So, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has often warned of an epidemic of misinformation. Confronted with the consequence of information wars, online hatred, and conspiracy theories, governments do try to address the issues to the best of their ability, I guess. So can you comment on the efforts your governments are undertaking in this respect?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you. I'm very honored to be on this distinguished panel. And perhaps I provide you with two practical examples from our daily life where the threat of disinformation and manipulation is shown and has an impact on our daily work. First of all, during the Austrian EU presidency in 2018, we launched the Rapid Alert System by the European Union, which you probably know of. And that was born out of the notion that somehow we as member states, we are always target and victim of misinformation campaigns because there's somewhere always an election going on, and then you can see that this information is accelerating. So, and for us it was important that we need to be much quicker in exchanging information because these kind of campaigns, using the kind of elaborate technology, they simply don't know any borders. So we need to connect very rapidly with experts in order to be simply aware where disinformation campaigns are happening, where they are initiated, how they are initiated, so that we can take the concrete steps in order to verify them and to warn people. And the second example I want to give you, and that was quite a recent one. Perhaps you have read in the news that the mayor of Berlin, the mayor of Madrid, and also the mayor of Vienna took part in a video conversation with a wrong mayor of Kiev. And I think that is quite an example where you can see that manipulation using technology can have access to the integrity of the highest level of our government. And so what do you make out of this? And first of all, I think it is verification. And it starts quite simply with making people aware. What kind of links are provided? Are these verified channels? What kind of encryption is used? And then we already get into a level where it becomes quite complicated and where you need like expert knowledge, which brings me to the second point. We need to source talent, people who provide information to government entities and to make us understand how artificial intelligence works. What actually happens when I click on the send button on my iPhone? What is how can you manipulate that architecture? And another important part for Austria in particular, as being one of the headquarters of the UN, is the safety of journalists. Like the pluralistic media landscape we have, we need to protect them, and you all know media organizations have become under a lot of economic strain, and it is very tough for them to survive. And to have actually an entity created where fact-checking takes place, etc. So we need to provide them with the means and all the support we can. And in Vienna there will be a high-level conference in November actually on the safety of journalists, and in particular in light of the war in Ukraine. I think the safety of journalists has become so important because they provide us with truth and facts in a world where we are distracted by misinformation. Just to give like two examples. Last one, which I feel very personally impressed by, the Austrian Institute of Technology is developing an application based on media forensics in order to analyze the media landscape and to use artificial intelligence in order to just verify whether an information on the internet is false or true.
Thank you. I'm glad that the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic, Mr. Korčok, is with us today. So, question for you. European Commission Vice President Vera Jourova said the best fight against disinformation is to tell the truth. So, how much of a challenge is this for today public communicators?
Thank you for that question, but before that, I cannot but start by thanking our host, Croatian government and Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their hospitality, for bringing us to this pearl of Croatia, Dubrovnik and its vicinity. Number two, I too have to say and congratulate the Croatian government on their recent and upcoming achievements. As Prime Minister has said that's very important. You're joining Eurozone. Slovakia has been a member of Eurozone for quite many years. Welcome on board. I wish you well for Schengen as well. Number three, you've started OECD talks. And finally, you're inaugurating the Palestine Bridge, right? Yeah. Which is a major infrastructural achievement. Congratulations on that. Second, we are discussing disinformation. I agree with you, Madam Chair, how you describe it, but I too entirely agree with your reference to how that was described by Commissioner Jourova. That's the best way how to deal with that. We politicians are facing the situation where basically you have 30 seconds in a prime time, in the news, you know it. Or 15. Or 15 seconds, 30, it's quite comfortable to explain very complex issues. And we are living in a world where disinformation, we have to bear that in mind, where disinformation is not only the major phenomenon, political and social phenomenon of our times, but if I put it very bluntly, it may lead to major economic costs and it can kill. We've seen that with COVID-19. In my country, we've had a huge problem to deal with disinformation, which has become an obstacle for vaccination. It can kill. And in addition, you see it now with the war in Ukraine, that there are attempts to justify the war with well-targeted propaganda and lies. So we have to deal with that. And I have 3 points that I believe can be used at large or generally to deal with that phenomenon. Number one is the strategic and political communication, which means to engage on a daily basis, 24/7 with our voters, with our citizens, and try to convince them with a democratic narrative, because that's the best way, I think, how to deal with those challenges that we are facing on a daily basis. And that's very tough these days. Number two, the best filter, if you want, against disinformation, in my view, which is a long-term objective, but the most effective tool, once again, is a critical thinking. And that can only be ensured through education. So it takes time. But we are lagging behind. We have huge deficiencies, I think, in our educational system, which should ensure basically or equip our people with their ability to critically look at what they find on the internet, to be able to check what source is providing that information or not. And thirdly, thirdly, it's a regulatory framework. And for us, the countries of the European Union, the best framework is the regulatory power of European Union. You have referred to it. The Parliament has voted now on the Digital Services Act, which is a major step forward, and I hope we in the Council will vote on it in September. But also regulatory framework on national level. I can give you one example. In Slovakia, when the war started, we have introduce a measure which basically allows the state authorities to turn off the social networks which were spreading propaganda. And I have to admit it's a major intrusion in the freedom of speech, but there is no other way but to oppose it, to turn it off. Now we are working on that legislation which should ensure that that decision can be basically appealed before the court, and the decision to turn off a media platform can only be basically justified or underpinned by a decision of an independent court. So those are 3 issues: political communication, number 1, critical thinking through education, and number 3, once again, regulatory framework. And there are several other issues within European Union, the code of conduct, which was, I think, adopted in June, the action for democracy, or action plan for European democracy, and those kind of things. So once again, this is a major phenomenon and challenge of our time, but we're struggling with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Greetings to the Minister of Culture and Media, Mrs. Obuljen-Koržinek, Minister. What could be some of the key ingredients towards increasing credibility of today's media outlets? What do you think?
Well, just to try to follow to what you said in your introduction and what the two previous panelists have said, I would like to start by saying that, first of all, as we know today, information is everywhere around us. It's on we all keep our phones in our heads all the time.
We all are journalists.
And many of our citizens do not see the difference between social media and media. And many, especially younger generation, when they are being informed through social media, they see no difference between media and social media, for which we know, of course, that it doesn't have any editorial responsibility, any other responsibility, and so on. So this I see as one of the fundamental problems. And then with, of course, many problems that traditional media is facing, as you said, financial and others, they are at the same time contributing to the chaos, but also being the victims of this situation. And as the governments, we really have to act very clearly in support and strengthen media, including professional journalism, think about the financial stability, in order to strengthen those who are reporting and transmitting information according to standards, that we have achieved through years and decades of work. So I think this is certainly one of the first problems. The second is, and we have here at the panel also a colleague representing Google, the technology is being much faster than the regulation. And instead of anticipating, we are trying to catch up. We see negative consequences of the development, and then we try to deal with them. So this is a huge challenge for national states. This is a huge challenge for us at the European level. And in that sense, both, I would say, the Code of Conduct, the Digital Services Act, the communication that we have established with the big platforms, with big companies, should result with a better coordination ahead of the introduction of new technologies. Otherwise, we are all the time lagging behind, and we are dealing with, of course, mostly negative consequences. As we know, the spread of disinformation, it's a threat to our democracy, as you well said already. We saw it, it's a threat to health. It's a threat to security, because everything that is happening with the aggression of Russia on Ukraine, we see how much of disinformation has been created, not as of 24th of February, many years ahead of this event. I remember Dubrovnik Forum I think 2017 or 18 here. We had colleagues from Baltic states, very outspoken about what they feel as impact of Russian media propaganda. Not everybody in this room thought that it was really appropriate to speak about that. It was many years ago. So this did not happen recently. What we work, I can give a few examples on what we do in Croatia. Investment, certainly investment in quality journalism. We have been for several years involved in massive programs of media literacy. Media literacy not only for youngsters, not only for young people, but I would say for general population, because again, we saw with the vaccination and everything that even silver, I'm sorry. Well, I feel as an older generation, so I don't feel that I'm insulting anyone. But certainly media literacy and raising awareness and this skill is crucial for 22nd century or 21st century, but in some ways we live already in a time ahead of us. It's crucial for our citizens to be able to distinguish between what is true and what is false, and to be able to raise and educate generation that will know how to make this distinction. Otherwise, our democracies are going to fail. I think it is clear to everyone, it's clear to us, certainly, who are in power in politics, because we see it on a daily basis, as you said, 15 seconds to communicate something. So media literacy, certainly. Fact-checking. I have to say that in Croatia, we decided to use the funding from EU Next Generation to build a national system, a national platform that is going to gather information from different fact checkers that will be developed through this funding. And through this, we are also strengthening professional journalism. But what we are also creating and using the EU Next Generation funding is a registry that will be easily accessible to all our citizens on the ownership and sources of funding of media. So today it is really very difficult for our citizens. There are thousands of portals, thousands of different sources, now podcasts, on demand, YouTube, this and that. And by creating this tool, of course we can't stop spreading of this information, but at least we will have a powerful tool where you will be able to say, go to this database, it's just one click away, and see who is financing it, who is behind it, who is the owner, is there a clear ownership? And I'm saying this just as a few examples as to what can and what should be done. Someone mentioned, I think you mentioned in your opening statement, the Eurobarometer data. Unfortunately, we see in Croatia, we have a rather low trust in media, higher trust than average in social media than average European countries. So this is certainly something that through media literacy, through support to professional journalism, we try to tackle. But as you have just mentioned, if a situation like you described can happen at the highest levels, it is really a huge question mark as to what can be achieved. Everything that is happening with social media, with digital technologies, we have to understand it is not about technology. It is not about technology, it is about future of our democracies, it is about security and investment of funding, research, manpower, everything we can in order to be able first to understand and then to find appropriate responses is definitely our top priority, and I will stop here. We have many panelists.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Delfin, welcome to Dubrovnik. As already mentioned, the war in Ukraine has added more unwanted fuel to the already raging disinformation fire. So, Mr. Delfin, from the perspective of the European External Action Service, what have been the biggest challenge prior to war, and how have they evolved since this February?
In that sense that, as previous speakers mentioned, it's it's been already flagged, and I would like to pay tribute also to our colleagues from the Baltic states that were pretty close on the ball earlier than others on this dimension, and the fact that we also pointed to these issues years ago, but we didn't really capture the magnitude and the depth of the problem and how disinformation and what actually we now call foreign information manipulation and interference, the so-called FIMI abbreviation, is part of the new warfare methods. In war, truth is the first casualty. There's a quote of the ancient Greek author of tragedy, Aeschylus, but I think we've seen it plenty. And back in 2014, and as a result of the invasion by Russia of the eastern part of Ukraine and Crimea, the European Council decided to take action and set up the basics of what became the Stratcom task forces, and I have the head of East Stratcom forces here in the room, my colleague, and so we've put the resources behind, but the scale of things has simply ballooned off. When you look at the work that has been on EU versus disinformation, which was already created some years ago, it is now really taking off, because now with the war, it's for all to see what is really at stake. And it is the reason why we talk about FIMI, the foreign information manipulation and interference, because it's not just about disinformation. It's the whole ecosystem of information and media which is manipulated. So we reacted in different ways. So from this great awareness, we've acted fast. And as previous speakers, I think there are different levels of action. The first is how we strengthen our common tools of situational awareness, knowing the landscape, tracking, debunking. The second is training the people, and I concur with the comments made earlier on. We need people to be aware, but we need people to be educated, to be trained, and I think there is a lot to be done. A third level of action, which is probably new, is diplomatic action. Before, it was not part of the diplomatic action, and I think it has become now. And the fourth, which is probably the most visible and the most coercive, is sanction regimes. And it was mentioned, we took measures against Russian outlets that are clearly propaganda machines. And I think these are temporary measures, but as long as they are, the situation is as it is, I think we should not shy away from that. So I think on the external front, I think there is a whole series of actions that have already been developed, and now we just have to scale up. The second part, of course, is everything that has to do with the regulatory environment that has been mentioned with the Digital Service Act, and how we can indeed create more accountability, more transparency in the system, protect the journalist. It's a fact that last year it was the highest on record number of journalists under arrest and imprisoned in the world. The number of journalists in the world is shrinking, is not expanding. So the traditional way of informing is under threat. So it puts also even more, I would say, onus on the role of social media and platforms also to help to create an environment which is conducive for, I would say, debunking, tracking financially those that seek to abuse the system. And let me also refer to the importance of the civil society. I mean, taking here the example of Croatia, there is this factograph in Croatia which has been very active in disinformation, but they have been also the subject to disinformation and threat themselves. So it's not just that they are doing what needs to be done, but they find themselves under threat. So this is this whole ecosystem that we need to take I would say, a comprehensive approach to it. European Media Freedom Act is key. I think it's we need to make this, I would say, a stronger dimension of our action. It probably was taken for granted for too long. So awareness and doubling down on what we have developed and that we are scaling up I think is absolutely key if we want to be effective. As I really see this as a new front line of modern warfare, and we really have to realize that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Rydberg, from the position of State Secretary in the Kingdom of Sweden, what can be done to prevent this from happening? Do we fully rely on the national institutions, or is there a chance some independent bodies can cut through the noise instead? Is there such a thing as independent body? Do we need to go to some supranational on this?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, it's great pleasure to be here, an opportunity to meet with distinguished representatives from Croatia and all of the Western Balkans, a region with that for a long time has been both politically and in terms of development cooperation a high priority for Sweden, and will continue to be so also when we assume the EU presidency in less than 6 months. This is an extremely important topic for the Western Balkans, for Europe, and for the international community. We are, of course, today to a large extent focusing on Russian disinformation. At the same time, we should, of course, be aware that China, many other states are also extremely active in this field. I think to a large extent, especially here in Europe, Russian disinformation is today failing for a number of reasons, because of the efforts that we are doing nationally and at a European level, as described by Mr. Delphine, for the simple fact that their lies are so great and obvious. Also for the reason that the Ukrainian counter-communication strategy, in my view, is quite effective and good. We have also seen a completely new phenomenon, particularly from the American side, where intelligence information, correct intelligence information, has been used to counter disinformation and to actually preempt the different steps that the Russians would be taking on the battleground. But if the Russians fail in Europe, by and large, with their disinformation, I think that they are doing slightly better outside of Europe. And that is a concern for us, because it could, in the long term, undermine confidence in the strategy that we are applying. So we need to work very actively to reach out to partners outside of Europe, speak clearly, speak the truth, and be rapid in countering disinformation. I think at a national level, as we see it from a Swedish perspective, also coming back to your initial question, the role of media itself in countering disinformation, in cleaning up its own problems, so to speak, is very essential. It is difficult for government itself to act when disinformation is spread nationally. But if you institute systems whereby media, for example, through peer review, react when there are obvious falsehood spread, and make sure that media institutions have to take the responsibility for correcting that type of information, you're much more effective. Of course, it doesn't work with social media, by and large. It doesn't work that well with small outlets, but our experience is that it helps to provide great confidence in major news media, and is a better system than a system whereby governments are given the role of assessing what is truth and what are lies.
Thank you very much. Back to Mr. Thomas Menzer, member of the Hungarian government. I apologize. So, a question for you. While addressing the various aspects of the infodemic and information manipulation, our institutions might risk falling into a trap of embracing the role of arbiters of objective reality. How likely is a situation when the start true becomes the tool to stifle the opposition, silence criticism, and even embolden authoritarian tendencies?
Thank you very much.
Microphone, please.
Thank you very much. It works?
Yeah, it works.
Thank you. So first, thank you for the organization and the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, your question is, Madam Chair, very important. First, let me say a few words about the big picture, how I see the situation in a few words, because I think this issue, the fake news issue, the disinformation issue is one of the most important topics nowadays, today, and we all need information. We all need information. But as a politician and as a government, the importance of the correct information is getting higher and higher. If you have correct information, then you can make good decisions. If your information is wrong, then the result of your decision-making process will be also wrong. And the people and the groups who are spreading fake news, disinformation, what is their goal? Their goal is influence our decisions and influence the people, the reactions and the behavior of the people. Plus, the situation is very serious because we have to face with challenges, with very, very difficult, very serious challenges. Of course, the biggest challenge is the war in Ukraine. But first, I would like to mention COVID. I really hope that the worst part of COVID is behind our back, but COVID is still with us, and I absolutely agree with Minister Korczok. Fake news can kill. Fake news can kill. I have also experiences in that regard. So we have COVID. Second, we have migration waves. We have illegal migration. If we are speaking about facts and if we are speaking about correct information, I just would like to very briefly inform you that 1 week ago, groups of migrants attacked with weapons each other at the southern border of Hungary on Serbian side. They killed people, and the situation is more serious because these are not just groups of migrants. These are smugglers, human traffickers, and they are fighting for the territory of other groups. And these groups are getting more aggressive and more aggressive. And and we see the clear situation in the southern border of Hungary. So we have COVID, we have illegal migration, and of course we have the war. From Hungarian perspective, we have the war in our neighborhood. In a country, Ukraine, where 150,000 people are living with Hungarian nationality. So we absolutely know the situation, and we are absolutely interested in peace. And this war means physical threat, but also economic challenges, energy challenges, to be concrete, energy crisis, and plus food insecurity, for example, in the northern part of Africa, which can cause also migration waves. So I think in a situation like this, the correct and true information is very important. Regarding the war, the most important, most correct information is what we need, and the only way how we can solve the situation, I think, is peace. So the only thing we need is peace. That's the standpoint of the Hungarian government. And how can we fight against fake news? First, I totally agree with the statements of my dear colleagues and excellencies. I think very important is tell the truth. As much as possible, speak about facts. My experience, my most important experiences from the last few years, you can fight only with facts against fake news. So we, experts, politicians, and everybody else, we have to speak about facts and about numbers, for example. First. Second, education, I agree, absolutely, education is important. Because if I would like to be honest, then to be informed, it's a hard job. Because you need time, you have to take a lot of efforts, and you need experiences. You have to, if it's possible, you have to watch not just one channel, more channels, more websites, more newspapers, as much as possible. You have to collect, if you have time, if you have power, if you have everything what's needed. So you have to collect the information. We as a government or national institutions or international level, we can and we have to do our best, and we can help regarding the issue. But back to the first sentence, to be informed, it's a hard job. We can help this activity of the people with credible people and with facts, I think.
Thank you, because Google remembers everything. So go to Mrs. Kreber-Real. You have been working at Google for 15 years. You are the Vice President of the Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Europe. What are the biggest challenges in the Digital Service Act brings about for companies like Google? So how about the code of practice on disinformation?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting us. And I think it was already clear, or it has become clear that it's all about cooperation here. We are in this challenge together. Disinformation is a huge challenge, and we cannot tackle it as a company or as government just on our own. Let me get one step back, and I recall many of us have been at the Munich Security Conference earlier this year, and our host here, Minister Radman, actually attended a lunch that we gave, which was discussing how to protect the public square, how to fight disinformation, how to increase cybersecurity. And a couple of days later, it became virulent. And what have we done? We have immediately, when the war started, worked fast on fighting disinformation, which was at the very start the biggest challenge we had. then also to provide authoritative content. We have discussed it quite a bit already. And here I want to mention that YouTube is the only medium still serving free press in Russia. It's still online in Russia. And then cybersecurity, that has a bit been dropped in a conversation here, is a massive challenge, and we have supported here. And then we have been engaged on providing humanitarian support, around 45 million euro, and have been the first company to receive the Peace Prize by President Zelensky. Now, on the topic of disinformation, I think, and I'm coming to your question on the Digital Services Act in a second. Our mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And disinformation clearly runs against this mission. It's bad for the world, it's bad for the business, it's bad for our users. We don't want disinformation on our platform. So to give you the scope of the challenge we have, and just picking the YouTube as an example, it has been referred a couple of times. We see 500 hours of content uploaded on the platform every single minute. 500 hours. And this is describing the responsibility we have. And we have structured our response, our responsibilities using 4 R's: remove, raise, reduce, and reward the content that is on the platform. Let me go quickly through those 4 very important principles. We immediately remove content that is illegal and violates our policies. That's clear case, it's removed. Reduce, here we speak about the spread of, we want to reduce the spread of borderline content, which is not clearly illegal, but it's just not great content. We don't want that on our platform either, so it's reduced. We want to raise, and we have discussed it quite a bit, authoritative information. And this is exactly to your point about Corona the misinformation, disinformation can kill. We have promoted the information of the World Health Organization so people can find the correct information immediately when they search it. So this is what we mean with raise. And then reward, we reward those creators that are work and provide very good content. Now, let me also, this is how we address the spread of disinformation on our platform, and it's, as you rightly say, a huge challenge where we need to work together. So here I think, to your question about the Digital Services Act, we need rules and we want rules. So I don't see the DSA as a challenge for us as a company. It's first of all, we know we are regulated. We have leaned into the set up this regulatory framework for years now. We really engaged to get this right together with you. And now we have a framework that's hopefully allowing, and this has also been brought up a couple of times already, to tackle disinformation faster than before, because now we have a regulatory dialogue. We have a dialogue between regulators, technology companies, and NGOs, trusted flaggers, all of the groups that are in this together to find the right means. Code of conduct, you mentioned it a couple of times already, is an important means, and the Code of Disinformation is one example where we are going to work together to find good rules of the road. But I think you all are right. We need to set clear rules. We need clear rules as a company to take the content down and address the challenges. But then we see, obviously, a lot of things that you don't know before. So we need this dialogue to be faster. I think one topic also came up quite a bit, and this is the media's training, media literacy, and why it's important to really educate people to use the tools that we have. And I think we have done a very good job as a company to support training citizens, but also journalists, editors, We have, at least I know in Croatia, we have trained 375 journalists just last year on fact-checking tools, on the means that they have available. We have also in Austria, I think the number is 1,000 journalists just in the recent years through Google News. So we are really leaning into the topic. So to summarize, from our perspective, there is no dissonance. Massive challenge we need to tackle together. We embrace the DSA as an important vehicle to address it. And then we all need to support journalists, because journalism is absolutely crucial for democracy. And Google is a huge supporter of journalism and training those journalists on technological tools.
Yes, thank you very much. So, question for all the panelists. With the stakes this high in a jungle of conflicting reports and with the truth seemingly more elusive than ever, does anyone have any hints or life hacks on how to properly read and understand the news? Or is the reader left on his or her own? So the final, or maybe your final thoughts, Mr. Korczak.
I don't know whether I would be able to immediately respond to this fundamental question. And I will use my privilege of saying what I believe matters even more. And I want to use the example of Ukraine. We are talking communication, we are talking disinformation, but I don't think that even the best, the structured, sophisticated communication can compensate for wrong political decisions. And there is the best example of that is wrong decisions that we've made when things happened in Russia 2014. It was not social media who prevented us from having to react more strongly and boldly back then in 2014, when Russia did the same with annexation of Crimea, when Russia did the same with starting the war at Donbass. Today we are under communication pressure, but there is a responsibility on our part, because had we reacted back then more boldly, I dare say we would not be today where we are. So today it's difficult, you know, we're facing lies, we're facing propaganda coming from Russia, slogans about denazification, you know, and the genocide in the east of Ukraine and so forth. So once again, my appeal to all of us, to politicians, once again, we cannot complain only about misinformation and about social media that are spreading that content as well. But very often, I think we should just make correct decisions. And in Ukraine, 2014, we have not reacted as we should have reacted, and therefore we have this problem today of explaining the cause and consequence. But that's part of the problem. Otherwise, I believe all of us know how difficult it is to face this phenomena of, you know, disinformation and hoaxes and propaganda.
Thank you very much. Minister Korczak, please.
Many topics have been raised, so I'll try to very briefly react. Freedom of expression has been one of the pillars. You said at the beginning, not everything is illegal. You said we have to remove illegal content. So we are here walking between a very thin line. Not everything is legal, what needs to be in some ways stopped. So this is yet another threat for us as regulators and for those who have to act. Also, following, we have to be very open. For many years, platforms have been monetizing both information and disinformation, because this issue was not so highly at the agenda. Now we work together because finally we all understand that we are all having problems. But for many years, we didn't have this kind of a communication. The platforms and technology was going its way, which is why I want to also raise another very important issue, which is intellectual property rights and authors' rights, because how are we going to strengthen the position of journalists and the position of media if their content is constantly being monetized by others without remunerating those who actually created relevant information? So there is much more than just reaction that is going to come through Digital Single Act. It is also by anticipating and strengthening those who can provide for the society truthful sources of information. And this is where I turn to our partners in platforms and to be aware that also respect of authors' rights and intellectual property rights is also one of the goals of all of us. And we've made some improvements in Europe in the past few years, but we still have a work to do.
I agree with you, yeah. Mr. Wagner?
Because you asked what kind of advice one could give, like, because what you said, Minister, I wanted to emphasize that it is not about technology. It is, I guess, manipulation and disinformation has been around forever. I think it is just technology which is used and which is spread and which accelerates the problem and which makes all of us, each and every one of us, target and a potential victim, because I too get my information from Instagram, from social media, and then I verify via, okay, have I read that on a legitimate platform? This is the way how I verify it. And since you mentioned cybersecurity, just to give you one example, the Foreign Ministry, the Austrian Foreign Ministry, has been target of a huge cyber attack 2 years ago, and that was initiated by a fake message, which was like compromised by our communication channels. So disinformation can very easily become a cybersecurity threat. And when you ask, okay, what are the most vulnerable groups? I guess it's people in crises and people who feel left behind. We noticed it during the pandemic, first of all, when we had to bring back our citizens from all around the world because no flight was going on. And there we could notice, okay, there is so many misinformation about where to go, where borders are closed, etc. And we as a ministry had a tough time to get the information to the right people who needed it in that very moment. So we launched an application, which is now geo-based and notifies people who register at the ministry. So what I'm saying is that we need to be present where people are, may it be on YouTube, may it be on Instagram, or may it be via applications on your iPhone. Which is, however, quite concerning is that people apparently have less concern to agree to the terms and conditions of Instagram or Google, but do have an issue if a government application is launched and they raise the question of data protection. So what we need to do and what we try to implement is that we really work together with civil society, NGOs, with the private companies, with Google, in order to learn from each other and to be just more up to date and to speed.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Rydberg?
There are many aspects of the question that you asked. Let me just mention two. The importance of professional journalism. We need to do what we can to support professional journalism, also in countries where journalism and freedom of expression and opinion is under attack. We, for example, from a Swedish point of view, have, as part of our development cooperation program in a number of countries, support for education for professional journalists. We are trying to do that to the extent possible, also in some of the countries that are today purveyors of disinformation. It's a challenging type of system. It's not always appreciated by the authorities, but I think it is fundamentally important. The second aspect I want to mention is the importance that we ourselves, as politicians or officials in democratic countries, set high standards for ourselves. Lies can only be effectively countered by truth. They cannot be countered by half-truth. We must make sure that we maintain high standard or high moral standards of the character of our own political debate, also to demonstrate that our countries, our way of discussing political matters are fundamentally different from those who want to undermine our democratic way of functioning and our democratic values.
Yeah, thank you. I absolutely agree with you. Mr. Menzer?
Thank you. You know, I worked as a journalist as I started in the foreign ministry. And I also use social media, so I have experiences from all sides. And what we can do, I think we have to use our channels to speak about the truth, to speak about the facts, so we can help the people. But to be honest, I think we need the cooperation of the people. It's my personal opinion. We cannot solve the problem. We cannot fight against fake news without the cooperation of the people. They have to do also actions, efforts to find the channels which provides correct information. So, summarize, we have to work together.
Thank you. Actually, we have a problem. We know that. So, Mr. Delfin, you know that.
Yeah. Indeed, and I mean, I think that if we look at the ground covered in the past years, I think we really geared up in terms of putting together the building blocks on how to address disinformation, and I think we should continue on the right path. But it's only one part of the issue, which is how we are more resilient, more defensive. There is also, and that was, I think, State Secretary Rydberg that mentioned, there is the other part of the world, which I think we are probably, in Europe, maybe we are winning the battle in a way, in the sense of the information. We know who we have to face, the revisionist powers, Russia, and also, it was mentioned, China, how they use and play disinformation in Europe. But in the rest of the world, I mean, we just had in the past weeks and days organized meetings with our heads of EU missions around the world, how the message is perceived locally. And it's incredible to see the depth of the spread of the disinformation and how it sticks, So I think as much as we can get it right here in Europe, I think for us probably the next challenge will be how in Africa, how in Latin America and in other countries, we are helping them also to have the tools that help them to debunk and also address the problems for what they are. I mean, that Russia blaming Europe for the food shortages or the food prices, we know that has nothing to do with sanctions, but they still believe that it is the case. And high energy prices, the same. So I think this battle will rage on, probably continue certainly in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. And I think for us, it's really a key frontier of our action, because they say the rest or the global South, they would not necessarily embrace our values. They believe in the principles of the UN Charter, but when it comes to the food basket, the energy prices, people's in the street, no fiscal space, they will blame, and Russia plays on that. So how can we support these countries by our policies? It's one thing, but also to equip them and the journalists in these countries. And I'd like to signal that in the Summit for Democracy, which was held by the Americans, President Biden last year, the question of press and media freedom was one of the key pillars. And I think it may be a way to, let's say, focus more our democracy and human rights agenda precisely on that point, because this is where I think we will see strong problems ahead.
Thank you. And Mrs. Kreberil, please.
Yeah. So you won't be surprised to hear that I believe in the power of technology, but I do not underestimate the challenges. And again, I think cooperation is urgently needed and seen. But what has not come up yet, you just, so to say, prepared the ground for my comment, is cooperation is also needed transatlantic. And the transatlantic alliance hasn't come up in this discussion yet, and it's absolutely fundamental that we recognize we have shared values, we have allies with the US on everything that we have discussed and settled here, and we should use and strengthen the transatlantic alliance to indeed promote the conversation and strengthen the democracies that we have and cherish. So that's it from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I thank our panelists for their contribution to this discussion. Can we close
this
we
panel?
Can.
Yes, we can. Thank
please.
you. A round of applause for our panelists and moderator. We thank the panelists and the moderator once again. We will only have a very short break, about 5 minutes, because we're a bit behind with the program, so you are free to stay in this hall, because in about 5 minutes the final panel is about to start, and it is titled Decision Time in Europe's Soft Underbelly and Beyond. It's going to be moderated by Ms. Željana Zovko, member of the European Parliament. So we'll continue in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I always think that he will speak. Right. Your Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor to be here with you. As a moderator, I warmly welcome you all to the fourth panel discussion of the Dubrovnik Forum. We have a wonderful panel with high-level participants ready to share their views with you on the implication of the current security challenges in Europe and the consequences for the EU enlargement policy. The European Union is a peace project established after the horrors of the Second World War. Once again, we see how a war in our proximity affects our lives and poses a security threat to the EU and other countries on the continent. Since the unprovoked Russian invasion of Ukraine, an act of aggression that violates international law, the European Union has taken a series of sanctions to impose severe consequences on Russia and to hinder Russia's capacity to continue the hostilities. At the same time, our leaders work hard to mitigate the consequences for our citizens in ensuring the energy and food security and fighting the rising inflation. Meanwhile, the war in Ukraine has shown the need for a stronger and more capable European Union in the field of security and defense. In order to assure the stability in the European Union, the bloc has to invest in the security in its immediate neighborhood. We should work on our relations and representation in partner countries and develop more assertive, proactive foreign policy based on preventive diplomacy, especially regarding frozen conflicts. A few cases in recent history show where the EU could have done more to prevent a crisis. In the Sahel, the international community did not succeed with its counterterrorism agenda, and citizens are still fleeing from the region, seeking refuge in Europe. In the South Caucasus, Azerbaijan and Armenia have been involved in a bloody conflict in 2020. While the EU remained rather passive at first, other regional actors stepped in, and Russia used the momentum to strengthen its influence in the area. I welcome the latest efforts of the Council President Michel in engaging with the leaders of the two countries in order to find a sustainable, peaceful settlement. One region that is crucial for the security of the European Union is the Western Balkans. Also here, preventive diplomacy can impact the prosperity and stability of these countries. The best way to help these countries to thrive is by welcoming them in the EU by making progress on our European enlargement policy. No other policy framework or partnership would deliver the same result as the finalization of the accession procedure of these 6 states. The war in Ukraine has brought the enlargement policy back to the top of the European agenda, followed by the granting of candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, and by promising European perspective for Georgia. While the application of these countries happened at an unprecedented speed, the countries in the Western Balkans are waiting for decades for positive news from Brussels on their European integration. At the recent Council summit, the leaders of EU member states also discussed how to continue with the Western Balkan countries. While calling for more progress on the case between Bulgaria and North Macedonia, as well as in the Pristina-Belgrade dialogue, there was also clear readiness to grant candidacy status to Bosnia and Herzegovina if the Commission reports in favor. The member states also called on the political leaders in Bosnia and Herzegovina to finalize an agreement on the electoral and constitutional reform. After many attempts, even by intervention of American and European diplomats, the electoral law in Bosnia and Herzegovina still does not respect the equal rights for all constituent peoples and citizens, although this right is in line with Dayton-Paris peace agreement. You would expect that this Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement ending the horrible war in Bosnia and Herzegovina is respected by European politicians, just like other peace agreements. However, while the German Minister of Foreign Affairs publishes an article to defend the Good Friday Agreement and the power-sharing principle enshrined in it, it is incomprehensible to see how the same party is investing time and effort to abolish the same power-sharing principle in Bosnia and Herzegovina. While the EU requires a strong positive enlargement policy, the aspiring member states also need to deliver on their reform process. The European enlargement mechanism is a merit-based process that prioritizes the fundamentals first. These reforms require strong political courage to take decisions that benefit their citizens and bring the country closer to the EU. With this situational description, I hope to have provided some food for thought for the discussion that will follow. It is now time to turn our panel for further debate. Without further ado, I will now introduce our speakers. And I will ask our speakers in 2 minutes explanation on their position towards all these questions to give us an overview and to start interesting discussion and to offer maybe possible solution for the impasse. So we will start with Madame Donika Garvala-Schwarz, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora from Republic of Kosovo. Madame Garvala-Schwarz, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Gordon, thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this extraordinary forum. And now, with your experience, you help us in the region understanding that it's important not only to talk about the region, but to be in the region and to talk with the region so that we help our friends in the northern part of the European Union, but in the neighborhood as well, to understand better the needs and the potential that is in this in our region, in the Balkans. At the same time, yes, we have had a summit, European Union summit lately, and as much of us expected, it was a summit of talking nice words, but less things done. What do I say? Why do I say that? We had this discussion about having Ukraine given the candidacy status before the war in Russia, Russia's war against Ukraine started. And as we have seen then, there was a lot of skepticals in the European Union telling us that these are things that are not possible and not shortcut and nothing else. Then a war came and the right decision was taken because it's important to help Ukraine in these times to win this war, not only by political help, but by military and economically and everything else. It's important not to wait for another war in the Balkans, in being able to include and to integrate this European region in the European Union, because that's the normal thing to do. The Balkans has shown, states, countries in the region has shown, and those of us, Croatia, Slovenia, who are part of the European Union, has shown that Greece, that they can be not only as good as others, but their contribution is an extraordinary one. So if I could dream, I would say I wish a European Union that is able to see more the potential, that the problems that can appear, and the European Union that stands to the promises and to their words. So the problems are different in the region, but one is clear. Except of one, the Western Balkan has shown that we are part of the European Union foreign policy. 5 countries have aligned fully with the sanctions against Russia. And more than that, every one of these 5 countries has tried to do a little bit more than that what was the obligation. Kosovo has aligned fully with the sanctions. We have made possible for up to 20 journalists coming from Ukraine because, as we today discussed, that is a big challenge that we are all facing with fake news and trolls and bots. So we have made working space and living space for journalists from Ukraine so that they help us all together to understand better what is happening there and what can we all together do, and a lot of other things. So the Western Balkans is a region that belongs to the European Union, as Eastern Europe has shown in the early 2000s. And that's why the delay is not contributing to the European Union and to the region less than that. So if we see what has happened the day before yesterday in Albania, having thousands and thousands of people on the main square in Tirana, protesting against the government. On the other side, we see the violent protests in northern Macedonia. We should understand that it's about time to act and not just to speak about the integration of the Balkans. And to act will show much more effective than in trying to ignore the problem, because the problems are there. And just not discussing the problems does not mean that we are able they will just disappear. So we cannot be silent about the fact that, yes, in the Western Balkans, one of our neighbor countries has shown not being part of European values and European solidarity to Ukraine and against this war in Ukraine. And that needs to change, but how we see the situation is that that cannot change through lip service, through asking Serbia not to do what they are doing. We can altogether change that only if we try hard and work hard in identifying in Serbia European democratic forces, democratic structures who are able to make Serbia part of the European idea and the European values. Because yes, we are for the integration of the Western Balkans, but this needs to be merit-based. We are not for integration of countries who are not able to show that they stand for the European values, because European integration is not about European money, but it's about European values. And then at the end, every one of the countries who is able to fulfill the requirements in democracy, in rule of law, in economic growth should be welcomed and should be expected with open arms. So, thank you.
Can I just briefly interrupt you, because later on we will jump to Special Representative Mr. Lajčák to ask one question about Kosovo-Pristina, about Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, to update us on this matter.
Yes, the dialogue between the Republic of Kosovo and in Serbia is facilitated by the European Union, and I'm happy to see Mr. Lajčák here, who is present at the meetings of the negotiations groups, but of the head of states as well. And Kosovo has shown, the new government since last March has shown that we are eager and committed to have the final agreement with Serbia. We are eager and committed to have the mutual recognition and are ready to help in the process so that Serbia is able to recognize simply the reality. We are not talking about something new. We are just talking about having Serbia able to understand in the reality in the neighborhood and to accept that. We have made progress in the last days in this process of dialogue. This is an agreement about energy, electricity in the northern part of Kosovo, but I will leave this to Mr. Lajčák because I I have no ownership on that. It's more him helping achieving that. We are expecting maybe 2 or 3 further agreements, but one thing must be clear: you cannot make dialogue with somebody who is not ready to be part of the dialogue and to contribute to the dialogue. One-sided, when you have conversations where just one side is really interested, and Kosovo, yes, we are interested, not because of the European Union or because of Serbia, but we are interested because our people are paying the price for this blockage that Serbia is making. And that's why we are committed and we are ready to do what is needed. But one thing is clear: Kosovo is a sovereign country. It's an independent country, and every solution about that can only be based on the constitutional framework of the Republic of Kosovo.
Right. Thank you very much. I just want to remind you that last week we had the adoption of the report, on the progress report on Kosovo, on Serbia, and on Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we will continue with our host and our dear Foreign Minister, Minister Radman, who will update us on the position of Croatia and the European Union on the situation in the Western Balkan, and on the decision of the Council to adopt the final remark regarding the Western Balkan and the enlargement at a recent Council. And thank you.
Thank you, Željena. And so I'm not in position to express my gratitude to organizers because of their meeting, because I am part of there. But I'd like to express my gratitude to my team, to my colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Really, they did a great job to organize this very traditionally Dubrovnik Forum, and so we are very proud to have you here in Dubrovnik. You are all welcomed, and I really look forward to organize even next year at the same time, 8 or 9 on July, just on the day before on the Dubrovnik Festival. It's great that Željena, you started first with Kosovo, Republic of Kosovo, the country, and Croatia is a vocal proponent of their whole integration, not only European integration, but also NATO. And we strongly support the visa liberalization of Kosovo. We think that it could be not only a political message, but from the psychological point of view, it could be a good way to encourage to relax dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. However, and Croatia is also actively participated in sending this positive message among the European Union. And first of all, when comes the FAC, Foreign Affairs Council, I always underline the importance to also to others, 5 countries in the European Union, to make a step forward and to make progress, but to make progress with concrete steps. That means we have to recognize independence of Kosovo, the European Union as a whole, because it is the reality. And I also appealed to Serbia to accept this reality and probably to doing that the same. To recognize reality, because it is reality. Kosovo is independent countries and sovereign country. I visited once Kosovo, and I'm really impressed because of the reforms you have been doing, and you are just a pro-European oriented country, and you can contribute to of course, to our European project, however. And 30 years ago, it was not imaginable that that after the Soviet Union collapse and breakaway from Yugoslavia, that something similar like in former Yugoslavia, with this tragedy and aggression and, towards Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Kosovo, we thought that it's something that it is beside us, and that we could just to open a new chapter of reconciliation, of dialogue, and to make a better world, to make a progress, to remove all the obstacles and to ensure the world for our next generation, and in a peaceful and democratic way. And Croatia, which is really in these 20 years, achieved the most important foreign policy goals, namely the NATO membership, EU membership, and now, as my Prime Minister mentioned today in his introductory speech, we are about to be a member of Schengen zone, Euro, as of 1st January 2023, and Pelješac Bridge on 26th of July, which is in fact a European project. And of course, yesterday I'm very proud that I, together with Secretary General Knudsen, Ulrik Knudsen, we opened a new era, or we opened the negotiations, or just our readiness to adopt the values of the OECD, this very important organization. But however, so we can just speak a minutes, and just in a nutshell, that Croatia is a really staunch supporter of the enlargement of Western Balkans, and given the circumstances, because of the Russian aggression on Ukraine, what is actually an unprecedented case in 21st century, Russia broke the international law and destabilized the rules-based world order, and we have to, in the context of the new environment, we have to take this opportunity, and with the, of course, granting of candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, and the European perspective for Georgia, what you mentioned in your outset of your introductory speech. Of course, enlargement is obviously back in the spotlight, and European Union should be more present in the Western Balkans. And at the last European Council, of course, that it is very important that all the EU leaders expressed their commitments to the EU membership perspective of Western Balkans, calling, of course, for the acceleration and of the accession process, and further advancement of the gradual integration between the EU and the Western Balkans countries. When it comes to Croatia, so we are continuously promoting the enlargement, and it has not been forgotten that Croatia, during its EU presidency in the first half of 2020, the Balkan Summit, the enlargement was high on our agenda, and coming with our Zagreb declaration, and later on Germany and Slovenia, that means that we are steadily and supporter, and we like, first of all, we support the accession negotiation, to start negotiation with Republic of North Macedonia and Albania as soon as possible. First of all, we would like to see a win-win solution together with our friends in Bulgaria, because it's in our interest. Bulgaria, like North Macedonia, they are our friends. Bulgaria is in European Union. Of course, we would like also to help it and to assist and to see a common solution, and we would like to help it.
Right.
when it comes the Serbia, of course, and we also support EU perspective of Serbia, but there are some really necessary reforms they have to undertake, and to just to face the past and the legacy of war. And Croatia doesn't have only open bilateral issues with Serbia, but they are universal, they are European values when it comes the missing person, when it comes the glorification of war crimes, etc. So, but of course we would like to help and to assist it and to share our values. Bosnia and Herzegovina is really it's our immediate neighborhood. Croatia is bordering the longest, so we shared the longest border. We are only the European country bordering Bosnia and Herzegovina, more than 1,000 kilometers. And we are, who more than Croatia is interested to have a stable, institutional, functional, and prosperous Bosnia and Herzegovina. Croatia always support territory integrity and independency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Croatia is also a staunch supporter of the EU to grant candidate status of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And my Prime Minister actively engaged himself at the last EU summit to convince that how it's necessary to get also the EU candidacy status to Bosnia and Herzegovina, but once a substantial set of reforms is implemented. More good news indeed, however. So the Bosnia and Herzegovina is a multinational country, and it is the fact Bosnia and Herzegovina, one country, two entities, and three constituent peoples and others. And what is necessary to have a stable and prosperous Bosnia and Herzegovina, to eliminate all forms of discrimination during the elections process, first of all, and to guarantee the legitimate representatives to be elected in all the bodies of the, first of all, of representative bodies in the presidency and in the House of People. There is an actually very easy issue: to respect each other, the respect that the people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to respect them and to have the equal rights, and only if to respect the multinational character, the history, the past actually, what was through the centuries, and it is also up to the majority peoples who have to pay more attention to those who are least numerous, and they are across right now. So we are against. We cannot favorize the tendency, which are very dangerous for Bosnia and Herzegovina, the separatism and unitarism. And the Croatian, they are, as the less numerous people, they are squeezed between them. But the problem could be solved very easily. And it is our message, and we would like, of course, to have stability in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's our immediate neighborhood. Croatia fulfilled all the necessary foreign policy goals. What remains, it is the stable regional policy.
Well, thank you very much, dear Minister. And now we are continuing with Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hellenic Republic of Greece, Nikos Dendias. And who is the best to explain us about the safety and security of external borders and the situation in the Western Balkan in the context of the enlargement and all these global security issues that we are having in Greece? and the identity issues that Western Balkan is facing. So, dear Minister, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much. I will not take much of your time. First of all, I would like to thank our gracious host, Gordon. For me, it's a great pleasure to be again in Dubrovnik. I think it's my second time here, but I think I'm beginning a tradition of the Greek diplomacy to be present here. It is on this very important forum on understanding the Balkans, the challenges, what we're facing, and also arrive together by talking to common grounds of how we can move forward. Of course, on this year, this forum takes place under the very dark cloud of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And I have to say what this teaches us all is the need to align ourselves, everybody behind international law, against revisionism, against any kind of effort to change borders through force, against war. But having said that, I think we're in the right place to speak about this. Why? Because Dubrovnik, being a very beautiful architecturally city and a perfect example of the walled city in the Adriatic, a UNESCO protected monument, at the same time is a success story. A city destroyed by war and reconstructed in a perfect way. If you go around Dubrovnik today, you would never thought that a couple of years ago wars was raging around here. And if I may tell you also a personal experience of mine, I was here in the honeymoon of my marriage when the first mortar fell into Dubrovnik and we had to flee. And of course, after such a start, nobody expected that marriage to end very well. But anyway, it is, yet again, the city is a proud success story, and I'm so happy to be here again. Now, and this is the perfect place also to address the challenges of the Western Balkans, because Bosnia-Herzegovina, Gordon talked about it, you talked about it as well, and I'm sure the rest of the speakers are going to address it. Bosnia-Herzegovina is a challenge for all of us. And we would all love Bosnia-Herzegovina to become a success story. But we all know that potentially it's a powder keg. And also we all know that some sort of electoral reform is needed in Bosnia-Herzegovina in order to address the challenges of today. Also, the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue is something that has to be helped as much as we can. We would love to resolve this issue. And of course, Miro is somebody that would add to what Donika just said on how we could assist on that. The enlargement process in the Western Balkans. Greece was lucky enough to be the first country, the first Balkan country into the European Union. And we feel we have an obligation. And we feel we have fulfilled our obligation as far as the Eastern Balkans is concerned, Bulgaria, Romania, but the Western Balkan countries also need the help of Greece and Croatia and the other members to fulfill their European future. And I'm here to advocate, as we're advocating everywhere, that we have to start the negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia yesterday, not tomorrow. This is long overdue. And also the fact that we have new candidacies, Ukraine, should not allow us to forget how important it is for Albania and for North Macedonia to start this process. It's a trip. It will not be an easy trip for them, but we need to show them that the European Union is able to fulfill the promises. And there are other promises that have to be fulfilled. For example, the visa liberalizations for Kosovo, which we haven't fulfilled. So the European Union has to be much more present in the Western Balkans. Also, we have to look into creating more interconnectivity between us in all sorts of ways. Transport. We need more access to connect us. I mean, it is right now, if you start down the Adriatic, you cannot, from Trieste, you cannot end up in the Greek Mani, which is the end of Greece easily. We should have a highway that connects everybody, but also energy interconnectivity. What's happening after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the energy market, shows very clearly how energy interconnectivity is of the essence. My Prime Minister Mitsotakis, was just yesterday, was in Thrace inaugurating the IGB, the interconnector with Bulgaria, but we need more projects that would put us all in a common grid. I have to say that it is one thing is so clear, that through connectivity and cooperation, we can build such a bright future for our region. And I have to say that we should all try to work on this, because this would benefit everybody. This is obviously a win-win project. And I think what better place to see clearly than here in Dubrovnik watching the lovely Adriatic Sea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Minister, and thank you for being short and concise, as Madam Chanel said, less is more, really. So we will continue with the longest-serving President of the Parliament, now Minister of Foreign Affairs, the dear friend I know for many years, Mr. Krivo Pakapic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro. We were recently with Foreign Affairs Committee visiting Montenegro from European Parliament, and we said that Montenegro should be supported. It's the country that is really favoring all these values that we are talking about, and through communication and dialogue now have some stability. So can you please tell us about your vision on what is needed as well?
Thanks a lot, Madame, and thanks to Gordon for this great hospitality. My last visit on the Dubrovnik Forum was 10 years ago. The name was Croatian Forum in that period. And that period, Putin sent a message, I believe, to the EU that EU will be complete in the moment when the Russian Federation became the part of European soil. And now you can see the change. Or probably will be the part of the same soil, but not in our type of the values or something like it. But I don't want to miss the other opportunity. My hometown, Kotor and Dubrovnik, they are twin cities. Elder brother is Kotor, younger brother Dubrovnik. Dubrovnik was more successful city in the last few centuries. But it's not just emotional issue. I would just try to give you how the logic in foreign policy of two small cities is applicable even now for you and for us, very shortly. Dubrovnik, when the Ottoman Empire overcame the Balkans, decided to pay the haraj, to pay the price to the Ottoman Empire, to get rights for free trade, for free sea, Ottoman Sea, and survive on that way a few centuries. Even has given the best for the best family sons, like some kind of guarantees in Istanbul. Kotor decided quite different, very close, very similar towns, decided to go in coalition or an alliance with the Venice to build up the fleet and to fight all the time. That's push Kotor on the open sea, on the bigger sea. But Kotor achieved a higher destination, got more allies, and see more world. And that's why way of the thinking even the EU. EU decided, like Dubrovnik, to pay the haraj to the Russian Empire, to get raw materials, to get the other things, and to close a little bit eyes on the values, like Dubrovnik in that period. It was diplomacy. Now it's high time for the Kotor way of the politics. Kotor way of the politics relate with not now, with the other empire. With the other empire, that's the answer now for the new challenges and for the new time. We don't have now alternative. But what is the experience of the Montenegro with the Russian Empire? We celebrated 311 years of official diplomatic relationship with the Russian Empire, like small state. And what is the message even now very similar? Ask me usually, what is your experience with the Russia Federation now? I told them the same one last 310 years. Precisely. They use Montenegro like small knife in the stomach of Ottoman Empire. Now they use the others like little big sword in the stomach of Euro-Atlantic community. Balkans, again the Balkans. And that's the same pattern of the Russian Federation or Russian Empire that just matter of the title, not of way of ruling, now and the last 300 years, using always even the same institutions for that. In previous period, diplomacy, money, gunpowder for Montenegrins, now not yet gunpowders, but they are using the other proxies, Orthodox Church, like political institutions, security, intelligence institutions without accountability, and using the corruption related with the autocrats, because the autocrats, the real natural allies of this type of imperial policy of the Russian Federation. Be caution. Balkans is not only one target. That pattern is alive, all around us, all around us. And I'll finish very shortly with this next message. On the Balkans, you can see easy what is diagnosis. If you like democracy, you are going on the West. If you like power, power means money and long-lasting ruling, you are going on the East. But what is additionally threatened for all of us, now we have two Easts, not only one. Next one is even much bigger, probably, and more danger. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this interesting comparison and for the predictions. We are hopefully, Kotor is a Bay of Saints, and I was really glad that you're sharing my bishop as well from Mostar, so who is now bishop in Kotor, and thank you for favoring and protecting also Croatian heritage. Which is quite important as this shared identity and shared heritage are concerned. And now we are coming to the focal point, and that's Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have a Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs who will enlighten us about the recent negotiations and on the issues that Bosnia and Herzegovina is facing for the upcoming elections, and you're entering electoral period without election law, and how this challenge will be dealt with and also in a country.
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to thank Minister Grlić-Radman and his team for setting all this up and inviting us here today. In many discussions until now, and I'm for sure that also beyond me, my country would be mentioned, because 27 years after the Dayton Peace Agreement, we still have unfinished peace constructed in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Today, we are living the deepest political and institutional crisis, which is not security crisis today in Bosnia and Herzegovina, namely because we are trying, or some trying to neglect the basic formula that brought peace to Bosnia and Herzegovina 27 years ago under the Dayton Paris Agreement. And that formula is 3 constituent people and other citizens living in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 2 entities and 1 state. Add to this that the conclusions of the Council, which have mixed emotions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and of course, disappointment by not getting the candidacy status for my country, and yet at the same time, for the first time, we have a clear guidance what to do to get the candidacy status, some advancement and 14 key priorities, and limited constitutional change and the electoral law reform is giving us light at the end of the tunnel that this candidacy status is achievable for Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that the European perspective for my country is still ongoing and alive. At the same time, this fact that we did not have a candidacy status is opening the door for the third players within the region that were mentioned, that are galvanizing or supporting either the separatistic or unitaristic ideologies within the country, which are equally on equal footing endangering the peace and stability of my country. The way forward is, without any doubt, the fact that we continue with the integration process for the European Union, and I would add to the NATO, because both umbrellas are, switches or safe switches for the stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region, wider region. We have to try to learn from the past, because if we fail in the integration towards the EU, this entire region could be, again, troublesome. I can only imagine the presence or present, how it should look like in the context of Russian aggression to Ukraine if the Bosnia and Herzegovina 2010, when it was promised to have the membership action plan for Bosnia and Herzegovina within the NATO, had additional step towards the NATO integration. I'm sure that from 2010 until 2022, we could be shoulder to shoulder with Albania, North Macedonia, and other countries of the region, because at that time, there was no opposition within the Bosnia and Herzegovina to the NATO membership. Having the conditionality of immovable property, which was given to Bosnia and Herzegovina, is just an example of short-sightedness and not having the strategic overview of the issues. No one could predict terrible Russian aggression to Ukraine, but this could be, the way how to continue. This year, electoral year in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as in many countries, is of course politically always a year when the political narrative is rising up. I hope and we work that the October elections will be in a peaceful and democratic manner, as all the elections so far that we had and that were organized, but with the difference that we have to finally, in order for our European future, to have final decision and agreement on the limited constitutional change, at that time allowing every individual to participate in the electoral process, and yet at the same time to have this overreaching principle of legitimate representation of constituent people in the institutions where the constituent people should be represented, also deeply enshrined into the electoral law. This is not a political position, this is a position of our constitutional court in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and if we follow the basic principle of rule of law, international courts, equally as domestic courts' decisions, needs to be implemented without discussion. I think and welcome the fact that the Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, two right now with the candidacy status and one with a clear European perspective, will galvanize again discussion about the Southeast Europe region, and in particular Bosnia and Herzegovina, and that this enlargement process, which is the best tool of exporting the stability outside of the European Union, integrating and having the economic prosperity of those countries who want to become the EU member states, is going to continue with more focus and leadership on the EU side, having in mind that the time is an asset or a resource that we don't have on our side. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Brkic. And now we are passing the floor to Velislava Petrova, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Bulgaria. We met this morning. You asked me what we are going to talk about. It's very difficult to ask you any question. Bulgaria, this sensitive moment with North Macedonia. So I would like you to give us your position on the talks, on the President Macron's proposal, and on the situation view from the Bulgaria side.
Thank you so much. It's also a huge pleasure for me to be here, and I can thank the organizers, and thank you, Scoopy Gordon. One of the very few foreign ministers who speak Bulgarian as well, so it's always easy to have additional warm welcome. So I'm really grateful to be here. As you said yourself, it's been a very intensive and dynamic time for Bulgaria, for the government. Since the start of a new government in the beginning of the year or end of last year, we didn't certainly expect to be engaging in trying to manage the consequence of the aggression of war in Ukraine and that really spread of the aggression and the consequence of it in Europe. But also the file that we inherited as a new government was something that we had to start with a lot of damage control and a lot of mistakes from the past that we are blamed for. And we really started on a very positive footing of trying to find commonalities and trying to find a positive way forward rather than trying to engage in a blaming game or in any form of pointing out weaknesses. So in that process, it was really important that we try to make the case that Bulgarian reservations were really based on the fact that the European accession process requires adherence to values, to international commitments that are made by parties that are part of the process, but also by the fact that we need to meet midway. We need to, it's a two-way street in which we need to see that willingness to go on that path of value change and a change in the value system that comes with the European perspective. What happened over those 6 months, you can imagine that a lot of the focus of European member states, including the French presidency of the Council, was on the war in Ukraine, and so this file was really left to the side until perhaps a bit later in the presidency. But here's the time to really thank the French presidency, the leadership of President Macron himself, to really engage in this topic and to try to find a format through which we would really talk not about just bilateral issues, but we would talk about European values and European mechanism to provide guarantees both sides, not just to Bulgaria, but to North Macedonia as well, and to clear their accession journey from undefined requests or undefined reservations, but really make it visible, predictable, and focus on European values. And here is also the time to thank the European member states who also stepped up to provide an opportunity for the Bulgaria and North Macedonia to find a way forward as well. I think North Macedonia also had the opportunity right now to be very heavily engaged in their own accession process to the extent where they could really discuss the specifics of what is ahead of them and to be able to gain political support within the country. It's a privilege that other member states as well, through the French presidency, gave to North Macedonia. On the side of Bulgaria, it was a time of turbulence politically as well. But as you know, the decision of Parliament to accept the proposal of the French presidency without any further requests happened 2 days after the non-confidence vote in the country. So it was really a time where we could have easily decided to shift our focus on internal politics, but it was a clear commitment of the importance of continuing that accession journey of Western Balkans and in this case of North Macedonia. So we've gone through a process in very difficult times to take all the necessary administrative and political steps in order to open that path. And we now are really hopeful that the same can happen on the side of our North Macedonian friends, so that we could have in a very short period of time an actual movement forward. We have really opened that door on our side, and we really expect to have the European maturity and the political responsibility taken on the side of North Macedonia to be able to seize that opportunity that is at the moment, that all, as I said, both the French presidents, European member states and Bulgaria managed to find a European format through which both sides will receive the guarantees that they needed. But in that regard, I remain hopeful, and we all do, that we will have that positive response on the North Macedonian side very soon. We've opened the door, and we are really waiting for them to walk through it together with Albania. As regards to, if I can move a bit broader from this, I think what's important for us is that Often we heard the importance of the fact that in the context of the war in Ukraine, the enlargement process, EU enlargement process, should happen sooner and faster, and we all realize the importance of it. I think we should make a very important differentiation between the NATO enlargement process and then NATO integration and then the European integration. While NATO is providing us with the protection from external influence and forces, and now with the NATO summit in Madrid, we heard that we are not just investing in protecting and responding, but also in being prepared to future threats. I think the European accession process is a lot more of a complex process that requires understanding and development of the values of good neighborly relations, of understanding the countries around you and all the members of the Union, and finding compromises and ways to work together. So there, it's really the two processes of NATO and EU integration are interrelated but not completely overlapping. And it's good to know that the NATO membership of some of the countries in the Western Balkans allow for the time to have to instill and to introduce the necessary reforms that they need in order to progress in their EU accession path. But for us, Bulgaria remains a big supporter and believer of the EU path of Western Balkans, and in that regard, even at the cost perhaps of a very new government that had to face a lot of challenges, it still remains a priority and remains a very important area for us to work on. So I really hope that we have the necessary steps taken as well, so that we can move forward on this very soon. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We will come back to the real conditions, what is being asked for, to make this discussion a bit more lively and to wake up our audience a bit. As a politician and former diplomat, I think these days we need the real answers sometimes, and this is a right format. And who else can offer us the better view on the future of a Western Balkan and how one of the very important countries, that's Germany, sees it than Madam Anna Lurchmann, Minister of State for Europe and Climate from Federal Republic of Germany. So, Madam Lurchmann, we have had the era of Angela Merkel for many years, and equidistant approach in Western Balkan, and the policy that was favoring enlargement. We have the new government now in Germany, and for us it's very interesting to find out as well your view on Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and also on Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, how this new government is seeing all these countries, their integration, and the equidistant positions that you are going to continue following the step or is it the German policy going to be a bit more assertive and more interventionist in the Western Balkan? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks, big thanks to the hosts. I think it's really timely that we talk about this issue here. And for us as a new German government, it's very clear that the Western Balkans are at the heart of Europe, surrounded by EU member states. And the region is really of utmost importance to us. We are actively supporting the EU perspective for all 6 Western Balkan countries. We want to strengthen the reform-oriented forces in the region. We want to help the region to increase the resilience also vis-à-vis the more destructive influence of actors such as Russia. And we really clearly seek an active role in stabilizing the country, the region, and push towards EU integration. And just as a testimony to that, you can look at the numerous visits to the region from our Chancellor, from our Foreign Minister. We've also appointed a special envoy for the region, Manuel Sarrazin, that is continuously around, was just in Skopje to talk about the recent discussions regarding the agreements made also with Bulgaria. And it's also clear that the German government will continue to be engaged in the Berlin process that Chancellor Scholz will invite to a summit in the fall. There will be meetings of foreign ministers, of the ministers of economy, and we will focus a lot on the common market that is so important, but also on the green agenda that really we want to push forward. And we've already heard here on the panel a lot about the disappointment with the Western Balkan Summit last week. And I can really tell you, I am as disappointed as you are. We would have liked to see much more progress. And it's most urgent that the access negotiations with North Macedonia and with Albania start very, very quickly. We welcome the progress in this manner and really think that now there's this window of opportunity that we really move through the open door that is there. We also clearly need progress regarding visa liberalization in Kosovo. Also here, it's really the part on the EU to deliver on promises. And concerning Bosnia-Herzegovina, I know that there was the expectation in the country to get candidate status also now. But I clearly have to say here that from our perspective, we see a complete lack of political will of leaders in Bosnia-Herzegovina to advance on the necessary reforms. And that was very, very visible, particularly in the last months. So I think in giving this development, it would have sent the wrong signal to give candidate status now. And I just want to bring some examples for this lack of political will. First, there was the financing for the election preparations was only possible due to the intervention of the High Representative. Second, even very simple reforms regarding the rule of law are stuck in the parliament for a very, very long time now. And it's clear that we need to see progress on these reform issues for a country that wants to move forward on the EU pathway. And this is really the clear difference with regards to Ukraine, where we see that there's a big interest and progress from the side of the government to actually move ahead with reforms despite being caught in the middle of a very, very brutal war. And we are, of course, also concerned about the recent decisions by the National Assembly of the Republika Srpska to move towards more autonomy. So there are really several examples for why we've seen steps backwards. And it's particularly clear that the secessionist policies put political stability in the whole region at risk, actually. And it will be the population of Bosnia-Herzegovina which will suffer, including in the Republika Srpska. And it's clear that the international community has to act very, very decisively on this. Therefore, Germany, as well as the EU, has started to withhold funds. Germany more than 100 million euros. And no one should doubt that Germany will continue to uphold Bosnia-Herzegovina's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We will do what we can to prevent further deterioration of a security situation in the country. And just yesterday, we've decided in the Bundestag to participate again in the Operation EUFOR Althea. And with regards, but Mr. Lajčák will of course talk more about that, to the EU-facilitated dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. Also here we need urgent progress. This is crucial for the realization of the EU perspective. And this is also a clear message that our Chancellor Scholz conveyed during his visits both to Pristina and to Belgrade, and also his invitation to Prime Minister Kurti and President Vučić to Berlin. So we're really, really, really engaged. And we are so engaged because we really feel and believe that the place of the Western Balkans is in the EU. We share common values, we share common history, we share common aspirations for democracy and for freedom, and it's very clear that Russia feels threatened by this commonality, by our common values and aspirations for freedom and democracy. And thus they saw disunity, they saw mistrust among us in the region, and we cannot let this happen. I think our strongest weapon against this campaign also of disinformation, of distrust, is unity. So we need to overcome these nitty-gritty of issues that we've been talking about for sometimes for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. We really need to overcome these issues and focus on the big picture. And the big picture is what brings us closer together, what brings us together strong on the side of democracy and freedom, because this is the battle that we're in right now.
Right, thank you very much. And now we are coming to Miroslav Lajčák, Special Representative for Belgrade-Pristina Dialogue and other Western Balkan regional issues. I must say that he was the only really high representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina respected by all three sides, and that's a biggest achievement. So if we can nominate somebody from the medal, that goes to Miroslav Lajčák. As he had this very diplomatic and sensible approach that we will always remember and share. So Miroslav Lajčák, can you tell us a bit more about Belgrade-Pristina dialogue? What is being impeding this dialogue, and your view also on the other Western Balkan burning issues, especially with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and what Madame Luhrmann just said about the interventions of high representatives and the need of the interventionism from the Office of High Representatives in the future.
Yes, with pleasure. Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking Minister Radman and his team for bringing us back to Dubrovnik. Gordon, it's not always easy to convince people that we are coming to Dubrovnik to work, so that's why I would like to encourage the audience to take many pictures of this panel and tweet about it so we can prove that we are here for business and not only to enjoy beauties of Dubrovnik. Madam Moderator, you started your introduction with a reference to Russia's war on aggression against Ukraine, and rightly so, because this war has changed everything, has ended the global world order as we knew it, and has changed the way we look at everything. And of course, nothing is immune from the impact of the war, including the Western Balkans. For many years, there were people on the side of the European Union who believed that there is no need to rush, that the Western Balkans are in a safe place, there is nothing bad that can happen to the region, and we can focus on our internal agenda, decision-making first, and then to deal with the Western Balkans. Now the Russia's aggression clearly showed that this is not the case. We do not have the luxury to let the region wait anymore. That's one thing. So that means we need to finish the unfinished business. Second effect of the war is that it made the enlargement political again, because we got lost over the years in the technical language and the technical part of the enlargement process, which is important, but the war made it very clear that enlargement is a political process. And it's really based on shared values and on full alignment with our norms and with our values. So paradoxically, besides of the terrible and tragic things that this war has produced so far, it had a positive impact on the enlargement because it put it back to the forefront of our attention. It really created a momentum. What is crucial now is that we don't let this momentum pass, and that we work together to turn this momentum into a new quality. What does it take to get there? It takes a focused effort from both parties. On the side of the European Union, we need to regain the strategic leadership in the process of enlargement. We have to make the enlargement and the European future for the region credible and tangible again, because right now it's neither credible nor tangible. And we can do it, because we have demonstrated that the geopolitical leadership and the vision towards the East, our decision on Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia was the right decision and was highly appreciated by our partners, and we saw and we listened to Minister Kuleba earlier this morning, but somehow we fail to demonstrate the same leadership when it comes to the Western Balkans. And of course, the outcome of the recent European Council created lots of frustration and disappointment in the region, in the Western Balkans, and I can fully understand that. So therefore, we can do it and we should do it. We have to bring back the credibility of this process. But of course, our partners must do their part as well. And when I speak about it, first and foremost, of course, to be very serious about the reforms. Rule of law, transparency, of course, justice, fundamental rights. To speak less about the reforms and to do more the reforms. Second, alignment with our norms, with our views, with our foreign and security policies statements, because this shows that we share the same values. The third element is, of course, addressing unresolved issues, bilateral disputes, and the problems that the region is still facing more than 20 years after the war. And the fourth important element is to show through the functioning regional cooperation that the region is willing and able to work as part of the wider entity. Now, if I want to be more concrete, of course, the most important thing and the most urgent right now is to finally unlock the accession negotiations for Albania and North Macedonia. Equally urgent and long overdue is to grant a visa-free regime for Kosovo. The next important, I would say, the most strategic process in the Western Balkans is the normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia. And here I want to praise both parties for their commitment to the process. We have established very good working rhythm at the level of chief negotiators. They are coming to Brussels every month. We have agreed on, very recently, on a very important agreement on energy, which really brings rule of law, transparency into this area. And we are now in the phase of implementing this agreement. There are other 3 or 4 agreements in the pipeline at a very advanced level of finalization, and I really hope that we will finalize some of them soon. But more importantly, we agreed with both leaders, Prime Minister Kurti and President Vučić, that we need to establish the same rhythm at the level of leaders, because normalization is the leaders' agenda, it's not for the chief negotiators. And they both agreed to engage much more and to basically define what normalization means and how to get there. So this is what I expect in coming weeks and months. Of course, the painful issue in the region is the functionality, or better to say dysfunctionality, of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And when it comes to this country, here applies the Clausewitz formula upside down. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, the politics is continuation of the war by different means. And the country is backsliding. As Deputy Minister Brkić said clearly, many challenges, not yet, I would say not yet the security challenge, but every other challenge is there. I would encourage more internal dialogue, and let's stop dreaming that you can replace lack of political will to engage with your legitimate partners by bomb powers. Bomb powers cannot substitute for the political will. And the leaders are elected to engage rather than to lobby abroad to try to impose their vision, ignoring the vision of their partners. This is my very strong belief when it comes to the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And of course, as I mentioned already, the regional cooperation, because right now it looks like we have more regional format than regional cooperation. Too many formats and too little cooperation. This needs to change, because and this is my final remark, the region is right when they complain about the lack of commitment on the side of the European Union, and I admit that, but at the same time, the region must convince the European Union that they are willing and able to function in the wider European family, and also to demonstrate that they also understand that things have changed after Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and they should also adequately change the way they speak and they act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are finally coming to somebody who will not talk about enlargement unless Great Britain now, after this recent events, wants to rejoin as a third country. But I have a real pleasure to present Sir Stuart Peach, Prime Minister's Special Envoy for the Western Balkan. Can you, Sir Peach, tell us about Her Majesty's position on the Western Balkans security issue, and maybe inform us a bit more on the recent event in Northern Ireland, because at the time I was a student in London when the Good Friday Belfast Agreement was made in 1999, and we had a few years before, in 1995, Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement. So for some of us who don't know about power-sharing governments, Germany has already expressed its position on Northern Irish Protocol. And on Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement, maybe you can tell us a bit more on Her Majesty's position, how this should be respected and how this fine balance will be found on both sides of the European borders.
Thank you. And thank you to the Foreign Minister for the welcome, warmth of the welcome, and the invitation to this excellent forum. And of course, the UK government does continue to support the journey for the region to the European Union, and we continue to call on sustainment of unity. And I think if there's a message, looking at the title for the event throughout the morning and throughout this panel, it is that sustaining unity in the European Union and NATO, which I think is the message we should all be careful to preserve and protect. And again, I'm recalling what Foreign Minister Kuleba, in his impressive remarks this morning, reminded us. Of course, Russia will try to undermine both the European Union and NATO, and that's not new, and will do that through influence that is already in the region. And that's not been said yet on this panel, but I think it's true to say there is Russian influence here in the region, and we need to understand it and be ready to call it out when we find it. And I think the Foreign Minister from Montenegro made that very clear. And of course, we have all said in different ways, going back to your question on Northern Ireland, that we must not allow political problems to become security issues. And as a former military person, I would say that in very loud and clear terms. But I also struck by something the Deputy Foreign Minister from Bosnia-Herzegovina said. We need to understand how close we are to the threshold of some of these political problems becoming security issues. And so the UK government, going back to your question to me, continues to support the international forces presence in the region, both in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in Kosovo. And the UK continues to support that, and the sustainment of the Office of the High Representative and other international institutions in both Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it's maybe not said often enough, but we need to make sure that we don't put the safe and secure environment in the region at risk by changing something, because that could suit Russia. The UK government, in answer to your question, continues to support both the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and particularly offer the strongest support for Miroslav Lajčák's role in supporting that. And we continue to worry about the secession risk in Bosnia. I think the risk, as you said, sir, is real, and we must reject any form of secession, which then leads to, again, another opportunity for Russia in pursuit of those long-term policies. I'd also like to compliment the Foreign Minister from Greece, and nice to see you again, sir, for reminding us of the need to keep an economic prospect in mind when we discuss political issues. Russia has weaponized energy. Russia has weaponized food security. Russia cares about the destruction of infrastructure in Ukraine, and she's made that very clear with her actions. And we need to push back on this and develop our own strategies. Regional infrastructure integration, energy modernization, security of supply. And the UK continues to support the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, all the EU initiatives, and we have new money, both in terms of British international investment and the UK Export Fund, to do that. And those projects now, I would ask us as a politically minded group to see those very much as part of the national security offer for the region, and not just as infrastructure projects or energy projects. So we need to make sure that we do push back against Russia in all ways. And the why. I'm the last speaker at the end of a long panel, at the end of a long and important conference, because we all need to work together, including the UK government, whether it's here or at home or with the formats we have through the G7, through NATO, through the European Union and the OSCE and all the other platforms, we need to give more hope to the next generation of the young and talented people of this region. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. And I would just like to start now discussion among you. What is your position on President Macron's view on a political union? He included even Great Britain. So we can start from you and follow back on the other. How do you see this enlargement in future, comparing with this position of President Macron on the political union? That maybe on some issues European Union should integrate more.
We don't see it as a substitute for the accession process. Mm-hmm. We wait to see more details and wait to see how it develops in Brussels and elsewhere. But in the meantime, we continue, the UK government's position is very clear. We must continue to support Ukraine, as we heard this morning. We need to continue to support unity, particularly through NATO. And you can expect the UK to continue to play a leading role in NATO. And NATO, as many panelists have made clear, many people who have spoken all day have made clear, remains that important guarantee of peace. And competing agendas will only weaken that guarantee.
Right, thank you very much. I'm just opening floor for the other participants to take their part and to say, yeah.
Very briefly, misuse that I'm sitting next to Sir Stuart. I've been thinking a lot about this proposal, and you know, I see parallel with the Partnership for Peace, actually. When it was introduced, and my country and many other countries were working to become full members of NATO, we had many doubts what the PFP means. And is it like a detour? Is it something that waiting room or something that should be the end station? But in the end, it turned out to be an instrument that helped us to get full membership in NATO for all those who were willing and met the conditions. But also it was the end station for those who were happy to end up there. And they had no higher ambitions. But at the same time, those who are still PFP members are not lost anywhere. They are somehow anchored to the NATO and to the security arrangement. So if this would be the ambition of President Macron's initiative, I think it will really help to the accession process, and it will also help those who will not make it to the membership, to the full membership, but will still be part of the wider European community.
Thank you.
I think it's a good debate to be had because with Russia's war of aggression, it's very clear that we need to rethink about the security and political architecture in Europe. We as European Union need to be more geostrategic and find ways of bringing our partners in Europe closer to us. So I think this is this proposal can be a very good sort of spark for a debate about this. However, there's clear two preconditions need to be met, as you already mentioned, Mr. Peach. This cannot be an alternative to the accession process to the EU. That's very, very clear. And second, we also already have very good formats such as the Council of Europe, the OSCE, so it also shouldn't be a competitor to these formats. On the contrary, we also think that the Council of Europe needs to be strengthened because with its strong founding in the rule in human rights, it also can play a very important role in strengthening those values, also with the legal instruments attached to it. So I think we need to continue with the debate about whether a European political community or something similar can bring additional merits, particularly because we know that the accession process, because it's merits-based, might take some time, and it could potentially be a good interim step for some countries interested in it to actually gain a closer connection, a closer geostrategic unity also with the EU prior to accession. So I think in this direction, but with a view of sort of tangible benefits, tangible steps, we should continue the debate.
Right. I would echo some of the points made of not being a substitute for accession, but I really think it's important to, as a discussion platform, as a way to start working on that, creating the values of the European membership before it's reached to that point. As Minister Lehrmann just said, it's a longer process, but we should also not be thinking of the accession process as a box-ticking exercise. It's the fact that a country has started accession doesn't mean it's no longer prone to external influences. The process of instilling the values of European membership and integration, it is really a long and requires a lot of internal work. So if this could be a platform that can be complementary to the accession process in that aspect of really providing that require dialogue and exchange and cooperation that are on a political level, but also that really helps to instill those European values, that's when I can see it being beneficial, just because it's really not a believer that the fact that a country has started an accession makes it immediately immune to any other influences. So keeping that ethos of European community is something that perhaps such a format could help with throughout the process of integration of countries.
This is the key issue, that the new idea is not substituting our pledge and promise from Thessaloniki 2003 on full membership of all the countries within the EU once the conditions are met. And I can encourage EU, of course, to continue on with the debate on this platform, but please continue with the enlargement as well. And only by deeds you are going to show that this is not a substitute. Because the region, as I said and concluded my introductory, time is not an ally on our side. Point number one. Point number two, all the countries have very much limited resources, material, human, whatever, to yet fuel another that for the time being is not the substitute for the full membership, but could, be a platform that is, maybe going into this direction. Because of the same principle, Bosnia and Herzegovina yet not have full consensus on Open Balkan Initiative for the region, because we are not convinced that this is not a substitute for the real regional cooperation. To this extent, again, we are welcoming out-of-box thinking, because the enlargement process as such stuck as of 2013 until today. We don't have a new member country within the EU. Something needs to happen, but the enlargement and the full membership, according to Thessaloniki Council conclusions 2003, must be a goal for both of us on the EU and on the Southeast Europe side.
Officially, not now geographically, our country, Ukraine, candidate for EU. Politically our country, not now only geographically our country, is in the war. And for the decent people, normal politicians, democratic politicians, it's not easy to put that in our heads. We have to understand that we are in some kind of the war with the other side. Like leading country in European integration is Montenegro. You can see now new waves of malign influences in Montenegro due to the politics or policy of the foreign third countries is as worse and as better on the Balkans. More troubles on the Balkans, more tensions on the Balkans. It's easier for them to do job in Ukraine or the other locations in EU. And we have to understand this is not logic of the peaceful time. It is logic of the Kotor logic of the fleet on the open sea, well armed and capable to open the new spaces of alliances, friendship, to go on the bigger seas, but to be ready to, on that way, solve all those issues.
Thank you.
Well, going back to the original discussion on what your question was on President Macron, I don't want to repeat what already has been said, and I think it appears that there's a consensus between us on how this is being viewed. The only thing I would add is that I think also it's a mechanism which will try to address the accession fatigue of the populations, to give something that looks tangible, so that the societies keep the effort forward, because I'm afraid accession fatigue is also something very visible, especially in the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Mr. Redman?
Yeah, in principle, so we are not against any ideas, new ideas, but of course they should be sustainable and provide additional benefits, of course. And because we are members of European Union, should also work in favor of our European unity and the EU itself. However, in any, of course, discussion on possible new structures and what also Nikos mentioned, mechanisms, we need, of course, first of all, to start from an analysis of their added value and avoid any form of duplication of existing mechanism. It is also the case with the open Balkan. We are not against open Balkan, of course, but in a situation where we have quite a proliferation of the many conceptions and approaches, and having in mind that open Balkan doesn't include all the countries of the Western Balkan, and having in mind that we have an already Berlin process, I think so we should just to respect even existing processes and to avoid any kind of duplication. So if in open Balkan it's not composition of all the countries of the West Balkan, I think doesn't work, and we cannot, of course, in general we support, of course, but it's up to the countries. But we cannot support duplication and so many proliferations.
Right, thank you very much. And finally.
Thank you. First of all, it's difficult to give my opinion about that because there is not really an explanation what is this process. And I can, at this moment, just tell you what our opinion is from that, what we have read on the surface, but there has been no process of telling the countries in the Balkan, what is this idea about? This is again an example of talking about us instead of talking with us. And this is always difficult because we all give opinions about something that nobody explained in detail what it is about. The problem is the Western Balkans have a very clear, most of the countries there, a very clear Euro-Atlantic perspective. There's one country who is not interested in NATO, but the rest, as we heard, Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, are very interested in being part of the NATO and part of the European Union. And now it's very logically that the European Union membership is not a question of geography. It's a question of democracy, of European values, and of the readiness of countries to implement all the European standards in rule of law, in democracy, and in all other political aspects. This is the criteria. If the new idea is a kind of European Union kindergarten, where you need to go through to come to the elementary school and then again to go further, then I really must say very clear, no, we are not interested. Because 2003, the promise was very clear, the full European integration. And this is the only final step we are interested in. We are not interested in alternatives to the European Union. And we also are not interested in having processes who give us the idea that there could be other alternatives. The perspective must be very clear. Full integration in the European Union for every one of the countries in the Western Balkans who are, first of all, interested in it, and second, who are ready to implement the European standards and values. This should be the criteria. So, no geography, but democracy and other criteria. That's why the Open Balkan initiative is so difficult, because Open Balkan, to whom and to what open? We heard the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov telling us very openly, we are in favor of Open Balkan, and Germany and United States are against that and for the Berlin process. Yes, we think that the Berlin process is very important to continue, and we appreciate very much that the new German government has promised to have a Berlin process 2.0, and we hope that this will be now very soon in the early autumn, so that the perspective and the roadmap is very clear. We do not need new ideas, all the ideas are there. We do not need new structures, because the structures we have, we are committed to the common regional market. So help us to help ourselves and build the common regional market, and then let us stay together in dialogue so that the region has a clear perspective towards the European Union. Thank you.
I thank you very much. I think these are the best concluding words on this conversation. Maybe before I conclude, and thank you for this thoughtful and interesting observation that Western Balkan countries need a dialogue and needs to be communicated to and not to be told what to do. So this is something that I would also praise once again, organizer of this Dubrovnik Forum, to give a platform for these meetings, and also coming back to the Greece presidency in 2003 in Thessaloniki summit, when there was a clear perspective for the enlargement. We must, and 20 years after the Zagreb summit, also Croatian advocacy for the enlargement, we must open the space for the communication and to exclude this dependency of Western Balkan countries of foreign influence, regardless of which foreign influence that is. I mean, at this time, the Russian malign influence is the most visible one, is the most destructive one, but we are having the more danger coming in the future, and we know with our transatlantic partners what we will be facing in the future. So we need to close this black hole in Western Balkan. We need to finish this unfinished business. Also, we need to get our partners back in order to have a safe and secure, all our borders, Eastern Partnership, Southern, and even the ones that are coming from the outside. So, Minister Radman, you wanted to say something before we invite our guests for the lunch and.
Okay. Yeah, just because you like Dubrovnik so much, and please save the day, and you are invited as well for the next Dubrovnik Forum, 16th. 7th and 8th July 2023, and in 2023 Dubrovnik will be on a even better connected, well-connected car destination with Pelješac Bridge. So you are invited, you are welcomed.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you to the moderator and the esteemed panelists of the final today's panel, as well as all the other panelists, and for all the fruitful and provoking discussions we had the opportunity to hear today. The ideas you heard today will also be available online on the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia, just to note. And dear guests, this wraps up the working part of the conference of this year's Dubrovnik Forum. We will now proceed with a VIP lunch that is hosted by Minister Gordan Grlić-Radman. Thank you once again for joining us. We look forward to welcome you again in Dubrovnik in July 2023. Thank you for coming and enjoy the rest of your stay in Dubrovnik. Thank you.